पल लगता है आजकल दौर अपना आएगा। यारो जो खुद पे हो यकीन तो जिंदगी हंसी तुझे कल बुलाएगा।
होंगे कामयाब, होंगे कामयाब, हम होंगे कामयाब एक दिन। हो मन में है विश्वास, पूरा है विश्वास, हम होंगे कामयाब एक दिन।
बादल पे पाँव है या छूटा गाँव है, अब तो भाई चल पड़ी अपनी ये नाव है। बादल पे पाँव है या छूटा गाँव है, अब तो भाई चल पड़ी अपनी ये नाव है।
अभी अभी हुआ यकीन कि आग है मुझ में कहीं। हुई सुबह मैं जल गया, सूरज को मैं निकल गया। रूबरू रोशनी, रूबरू रोशनी है। जी भर के जीले पल लगता है आजकल दौर अपना आएगा। यारो जो खुद पे हो यकीन तो जिंदगी हंसी तुझे कल बुलाएगा। यारो जी भर के जीले पल लगता है आजकल दौर अपना आएगा। यारो जो खुद पे हो यकीन तो जिंदगी हंसी तुझे कल बुलाएगा।
होंगे कामयाब, होंगे कामयाब, हम होंगे कामयाब एक दिन। हो मन में है विश्वास, पूरा है विश्वास, हम होंगे कामयाब एक दिन।
बादल पे पाँव है या छूटा गाँव है, अब तो भाई चल पड़ी अपनी ये नाव है। बादल पे पाँव है या छूटा गाँव है, अब तो भाई चल पड़ी अपनी ये नाव है।
अभी अभी हुआ यकीन कि आग है मुझ में कहीं। हुई सुबह मैं जल गया, सूरज को मैं निकल गया। रूबरू रोशनी, रूबरू रोशनी है। जी भर के जीले पल लगता है आजकल दौर अपना आएगा। यारो जो खुद पे हो यकीन तो जिंदगी हंसी तुझे कल बुलाएगा। यारो जी भर के जीले पल लगता है आजकल दौर अपना आएगा। खुद पे हो यकीन तो जिंदगी हंसी तुझे कल बुलाएगा।
होंगे कामयाब, होंगे कामयाब, हम होंगे कामयाब एक दिन। हो मन में है विश्वास, पूरा है विश्वास, हम होंगे कामयाब एक दिन। हम होंगे कामयाब।
बादल पे पाँव है या छूटा गाँव है, अब तो भाई चल पड़ी अपनी ये नाव है। बादल पे पाँव है या छूटा गाँव है, अब तो भाई चल पड़ी अपनी ये नाव है।
अभी अभी हुआ यकीन कि आग है मुझ में कहीं, हुई सुबह मैं जल गया, सूरज को मैं निकल गया। रूबरू रोशनी, रूबरू रोशनी है। जी भर के झीले पल लगता है आजकल दौर अपना आएगा। यारो जो खुद पे हो यकीन तो जिंदगी हंसी तुझे कल बुलाएगा। यारो जी भर के झीले पल लगता है आजकल दौर अपना आएगा। यारो जो खुद पे हो यकीन तो जिंदगी हंसी तुझे कल बुलाएगा।
होंगे कामयाब, होंगे कामयाब, हम होंगे कामयाब एक दिन। हो मन में है विश्वास, पूरा है विश्वास, हम होंगे कामयाब एक दिन।
बादल पे पाँव है या छूटा गाँव है, अब तो भाई चल पड़ी अपनी ये नाव है। बादल पे पाँव है या छूटा गाँव है, अब तो भाई चल पड़ी अपनी ये नाव है।
अभी अभी हुआ यकीन कि आग है मुझ में कहीं, हुई सुबह मैं जल गया, सूरज को मैं निकल गया। रूबरू रोशनी, रूबरू रोशनी है। जी भर के झीले पल लगता है आजकल दौर अपना आएगा। यारो जो खुद पे हो यकीन तो जिंदगी हंसी तुझे कल बुलाएगा। यारो जी भर के झीले पल लगता है आजकल दौर अपना आएगा। यारो जो खुद पे हो यकीन तो जिंदगी हंसी तुझे कल बुलाएगा।
A very good morning to one and all present here. I, Radha Merchant, welcome you all to this intercollegiate international webinar celebrating International Literacy Day and International Day of Charity, Literacy to Legacy and Charity for Parity, organized by the Department of Psychology, RD and SH National College, and SWA Science College in collaboration with WICCI Public Service Council, Maharashtra. We are extremely honored to have several esteemed speakers with us here today. We are also more than gratified to announce that for this event, we have an extensive participation of over 180 students from Bhavans College, NG Acharya and DK Marathe College, Srimati Maniben MP Shah Women's College of Arts and Commerce, NL Dalmia College, Patkar College, Sophia College, Vivekanand Education Societies, College of Arts, Science and Commerce, and various other colleges and universities from all over India. Malala Yousafzai once rightly said, "One child, one teacher, one pen, and one book can change the world." And there is no better saying that perfectly summarizes our event this wonderful morning. Literacy comes in many forms and has the power to change the world. Aligning this flaming sword with the noble cause of charity, we students, as the representatives of a paramount and dynamic future ahead, hope to do our bit in giving back to the society that made us who we are today. Apart from combining a very noble cause with an important day for inquisitive learners, today we also celebrate Teachers' Day, a day where we all come together to not only honor but to also thank our teachers for the innumerable sacrifices made by them every single day to ensure that the young and enthusiastic uh, pupils of this country are in safe hands and have a radiant future ahead. Today is as I mentioned, today is also Teachers Day, and it is a tribute to the contribution made by the teachers of the society, and it was started by Dr. Sarvapalli Radhakrishna, India's former president, scholar, philosopher, and a Bharat Ratna awardee, who was born on this day. With this said, I would now like to begin our webinar by thanking our principal in charge, Dr. Neha Japtiani, and the Hyderabad Sindh National Collegiate Board, and the head of Department of Psychology, Dr. Meghna Basu Thakur, as no program is complete without her tremendous effort and support, because of whom this event has become possible, and who has given all of us an opportunity to learn and create awareness on the importance of literacy and giving back to the society. With her resilience, discipline, and hard work, she is a source of inspiration for all of us. Quoting Malala once again, she rightly said, "I raise up my voice not so I can shout, but so that those without a voice can be heard." We cannot succeed when half of us are held back. Literacy is a large umbrella casting its shadow of empowerment upon all who sit underneath it, a shadow so potent and robust that it doesn't discriminate between young and old or rich and poor. It is an infinite reservoir giving away tools of autonomy and vigor to everyone who reaches out. With that being said, I would now like to call upon an outstanding speaker and our inaugurator for this event, Dr. Rashmi Oza, a gold medalist in Master of Law from University of Mumbai and former head and professor, Department of Law, University of Mumbai. She is currently the principal of Chembur Karnataka College of Law, Mumbai. She has to her credit numerous publications, both national and international. Dr. Oza is the chairperson of a registered NGO, Human Rights Action Group, India. She is also associated with various social organizations working for the cause of underprivileged and vulnerable sections of the society, especially women and children. Therefore, there's no one else more fitting to inaugurate a webinar that has generosity and empowerment at the crux of it. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming our inaugurator for the day, who is one of a kind. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you, dear Rida. It was a very generous introduction of mine. Revered Principal Jagtiani Madam, the esteemed members of the HSNC board, faculties and students of National College, a very good morning to one and all. At the very outset, my best wishes to all at the International Literacy Day, wishing all teachers are very happy and blessed teachers. I was just glancing through the caption appeared for my name in the flyer, which stated it's rights, not privilege. So how do we distinguish between rights and privileges. Uh, in the context of education, well, right is a fundamental right. Privilege is something which can be given and taken away at any point of time. So when we speak and when today we are emphasizing on literacy and right to education, well, it is a fundamental right. It's a crucial human right as well. Just about 20 days back, we celebrated the 75th Indian Independence Day. And it's been almost 73 years since the UN General Assembly adopted the Universal Declaration of Human Rights 1948. All across the globe, right to education is a fundamental human right. It's a human right even within our Constitution of India. At this juncture, it will not be out of place, because what struck me in the morning is I must emphasize the need for public interest litigation and how it initiated in the US Supreme Court. Uh, for the very first time, the then Chief Justice of the United States of America Supreme Court um, defined equality within the US Constitution. And the facts of the case were laid down in a famous case, which is a landmark judgment and which is being referred even today. It's Brown versus Board of Education. And the facts were that all the fair-skinned boys in a classroom in a school were made to sit on one side of the classroom, and a tiny little Negro, black-skinned Negro, was made to sit at the corner of the classroom. This was challenged as ultra virus the US Constitution. And the matter reached, it was taken up by the US Supreme Court as a public interest litigation. The petition got converted to a public interest litigation. The then Chief Justice of the US Supreme Court, for the very first time, defined equality within the US Constitution and stated that, well, there can't be inequalities on the basis of color of the skin, or what we term as racial discrimination. The judgment has set precedents, and it's being even referred now by the Indian courts and all the other courts across the globe. Within India, we have the world's best and the largest constitution of India. Within preamble of the Constitution, there are three precious words: justice, liberty, and equality. So when we say justice, it's social, economic, and political justice, liberty of thought, expression, belief, faith, and worship, and equality of status and of opportunity. If I have to ask a question to myself, or if I have to ask a question to any one of you, how much do we live up to these three precious words within the Indian Constitution? Do we truly live, or we outlive these three precious words within the Indian Constitution? Many of the students, I mean, a student reader just made a reference of Yusuf Malala. It's speaking in context or referring to the status in India. I'm sure most of y'all as students may be aware that right to education is now a fundamental right post 2002. There was 86th Amendment to the Constitution of India, which has inserted right to education, free and compulsory education for all children as a fundamental right. All these years, it fell under the directive principles of state policy. Now it is a fundamental right. Not just right to education, it's right to free and compulsory education for all children, at least till elementary or fundamental level as such. This 86th Amendment to the Constitution received the assent of the President of India in December 2002, pursuant to which we now have a legislature The legislation, which is titled as Right of All Children, to education as a fundamental right, and which was put in its place and it came into force on the 1st of April 2010 as such. But prior to this, to the year 2002, was right to education not a fundamental right? I mean, despite the legislation, despite the world's best constitution and the world's largest constitution, well, the judges, eminent judges of the Supreme Court, with their most enlightened mind and with their most activist approach, they took within the sweep of the fundamental right, that's right to life and personal liberty, stating that right to life is not just physical or animal existence of a person. Its right to education is implicit within right to life of a person. So you can't just survive without certain basic essential requirements to develop your physical and mental potentialities as such. And here is where the court went a long way, saying besides food, shelter, clothing, right to education as well is implicit within right to life. And of late, I'm sure you all must be aware that now it has extended the meaning of right to life so as to include even privacy as a fundamental right as such. So there were landmark judgments, decisions given by the Appeals Court, which is the highest court of the land. Specifically, two prominent cases where the Supreme Court of India made a reference in Mohini Jain versus the state of Karnataka and Unni Krishnan versus the state of Andhra Pradesh, stating that right to education may not have been, because this was prior to 2002, a fundamental right, but it is implicit within right to life, which is fundamental. So there are certain rights which otherwise are not directly enforceable, but nevertheless they are fundamental in governance of the state, specifically the rights which fall under the directive principles of state policy. How about the children of India? We have known that during pre-independence era, we were ruled by the Britishers for hundreds of years. And right to education was never ever considered as a fundamental right. It continued to be so. The position continued to be so till 2002, when there was a great and dire need to convert right to education to a fundamental right as such. But even then, we had certain commissions, specifically the Royal Commission, the Lethbridge Commission, the Gurupatswamy Commission reports, which stated that right to education must be made a fundamental right within the Constitution of India. The prominent cause of denial of right to education are various factors which are within India, be it in the form of child labor, be it in the form of sexual abuse of children, be it in the various forms where a child shoulders responsibility, and child labor is so very prevalent and persistent all across India as such. The report of the NHRC, the periodic annual reports of the National Human Rights Commission, states that child labor can never ever be eradicated or eliminated from India unless and until free and compulsory education for all children till elementary or fundamental level is made a reality, a ground reality as such. So no wonder when Rita was just reading the theme of, your today's event, that's literacy to legacy. And coincidentally, I happened to watch the documentary which was being showed, a very, very impressive documentary which focuses on literacy. It's literacy which matters a lot. You can't think of any development You can't think of development of any potentiality unless and until your literacy level raises as such, and right to education as a fundamental right is realized in its true sense and spirit. Despite the existing laws in ground reality, we see that there is a steep dropout ratio so far as girl child are concerned. There are factors like poverty which hinders this realization of right to education as such. So I'm glad that I've been invited here today. In fact, to be very frank, I believe, and Dr. Meghna will agree with me, she's given me an excellent opportunity to express my views on right to education, because of being a law teacher, I think, it's the rights, rights, rights. And when I saw the theme, well, rights, not privilege. So I was just trying to ponder over this issue as to how do we differentiate between rights and privilege. Privilege is something which is narrower. Right is a very, very wide term, and specifically so when it is a fundamental right, there can't be any excuse for derogation of these rights as such. So let's remember that it's the literacy which leads you to prosperity. It's the literacy which leads you to development, both your physical and mental development as such. Let's not remember today, Dr. S. Radhakrishnan, just on the 5th of September, I'm sure all across 365 days of the year, we need to focus on this, how right to education can, transform literacy to legacy as such. Legacy is something which law confers and you automatically get, but you would be totally unaware of it unless and until a person is literate. So literacy plays a very, very important role on this event, and at the inaugural event of this National College. I wish all the faculty, specifically, I can see the efforts put in by Dr. Meghna Basu Thakur in organizing such events. Unfortunately, it's online event due to the current COVID-19 pandemic as such. But COVID-19 pandemic has also been one of the impediment in realization, because the charm of offline lectures is being grossly missed out, both by and between the teachers as well as the students. All my best wishes to all of you, and I congratulate the revered Principal Jatyani ma'am, the faculties of the National Law College, not Law College, the National College and SH College, I believe, and the students who play a very crucial role, because it's undisputable that we have high expectations from the youth, and specifically literate youths as such. So sensitize those who are unable to, try to bring about a social transformation even within the youths who are unable to pursue their education, and sensitize them, instill a confidence and courage within them to see that they go to the levels of literacy, and at least they are able to realize and ensure that their rights are achieved and enforceable. Thank you very much, and I wish this event a very, very great success, and I'm sure it would be a very great success. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Rashmi ma'am. I really, really appreciate one. Good morning to you, and thank you so much for accepting our offer. I understand your very, very busy schedule, but since it was a Sunday, we just took the liberty of inviting you, and I completely have my gratitude to you.
Thank you,
Your
Dr.
contribution in the field of law, in the field of explaining fundamental rights, is immense. Ma'am, there are a couple of questions from students. We will take a few of them. The student Kashish, who asks, do you think right to education and right to liberty are something everyone can freely take benefit of?
Yes, both are fundamental rights, and there are landmark judgments of the Supreme Court that these rights cannot be derogated under any circumstances. In fact, the judgment during emergency, which derogated the fundamental right to life and liberty, were also severely criticized, and it's being criticized till date as such. So, right to education, right to life, and personal liberty can under no circumstances be derogated except according to procedure established by law. And a procedure established by law is the one which is just, fair, and reasonable, else it is no procedure at all.
Thank you, ma'am. Ma'am, there's another very interesting question, I think, which all students really want to know your opinion. What do you think of the latest impact of the new education policy which has just been released? Very, very briefly, ma'am.
I think because we are still in the infant stage. It's just put in its place last year, but I believe that it has been it's a progressive step rather, because we earlier had education policy of 1986 and later it was amended in the year 1992. This is a progressive step because it's phase wise, school level, the primary, secondary, and tertiary level, and specifically focusing on the higher education. I believe that, well, I have my views which are restricted to the legal perspective and law as a curriculum as such, but I believe, and let's be positive about its implications. I'm sure it is a progressive step that India has adopted.
Thank you, ma'am. Ma'am, there's this last question, and I think this is one of the most interesting questions from a student called Gatika. How does one, as a student on a personal level, help increase the awareness of education as a fundamental right?
There are NGOs focusing on bringing about awareness by conducting camps in remote areas. We have paralegal trainings. We have within law, the law students we set up the legal aid clinics. And I think as students, undergraduate students as well, I'm sure this limited knowledge that, well, it's a fundamental right. There's a law in its place which states that it's the duty cast upon the state to ensure that right to free and compulsory education for all, at least till elementary or fundamental level, is realized, and the constitutional guarantees. I think this limited knowledge would suffice to spread a word all across the society, specifically in India, to as a student. And I'm sure that the community based project as such you can take up by way of the community service by spreading this knowledge, and how literacy transforms the personality of an individual is something I think by way of street plays, by way of conducting some drama or stage programs, or even the educative camps as such will lead to. And it's the awareness which can bring about the change. Unless and until a person is made aware of what are their rights, I think the entire exercise would be a futile exercise, and that's most, I think, efficiently that can be taken up by way of projects by the students.
Thank you, ma'am. I think that was a great take home message to all the students. We have a lot of students across colleges in Mumbai, and I think that is one of the most interesting take home message, that we can, through NSS, through our different small projects, create awareness in the rural and urban sector, the private slum areas, that literacy is very important and it's a right, fundamental right of everyone. And I think we can do our small bit, and that is exactly how we had planned, ma'am, today. So with COVID-19 we realized that a lot of small schools have closed down because teachers were not being paid. So we wanted to reach out to these students by giving them a book and a pencil, like as Malala ma'am had said, one book and one pencil is our small way of reaching out, that literacy is one of the most important window that we want to open to the world. Thank you once again, Rashmi ma'am, on behalf of Department of
Most
Psychology, RD National College, for taking time out and being with us. Over to you, Rida.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for sharing your views and your valuable time with us this wonderful morning. And it is extremely unfortunate that literacy is seen as a privilege rather than a fundamental right in India. And it is absolutely delightful to see you put your heart and soul into making sure that each and everyone has access to education. And your profound thoughts and expertise on just shows how passionate you are about this field, and your contribution to the society will definitely not go unnoticed. And it is an absolute honor to have you with us here today, and we hold your words in very high regard. Thank you so much once again.
My pleasure too. Thank you very much for the invite.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank
Thank
you.
you,
Um,
ma'am.
I would now like to invite my fellow classmate Kritika Kumar to introduce our very first segment and speak on this plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Rida. Our first segment talks about the importance of how non conventional ways of teaching play an important role in shaping our sense of personal, social, and cultural identity. Knowledge is imparted through ways that are beyond books and that tap into a variety of pathways through which a child can grow. Music is arguably the most life enriching, soulful, and heartwarming art form in the world. As music is a part of all our lives that help us get through every obstacle with grace, I call upon our next speaker, Mr. Shan, who is a national sensation and touches the hearts of many with his soulful voice. With songs like Aao Milo Chale from Jab We Met, Kuch To Hua Hai, and It's Time to Disco from Kal Ho Na Ho, and many more. I'm sure we all remember our parents and families jamming away to his works. Parties were incomplete without playing his compositions, and our childhood is filled with memories of the same. With a string of achievements and awards to his name, the music industry would not be what it is today in the absence of his contribution. Without further ado, I would like to call upon Shan sir to address our audience.
Good morning. Is it my turn to speak or?
Oh my
Is
God, sir, it is your turn. I think we all have to give sir a huge round of applause. Sir,
No, no,
our
no.
Sunday is made seeing you. Great, a very, very
Not
warm
at all.
welcome
Not at
to you,
all.
sir.
Dr. Mekha, you did remind me of our last time we met. That was 20 years ago when you were a student in the college in Adi National, or you were organizing.
Nah,
Uh,
sir, I'm a teacher, Chilam, and
Doctor teacher. Okay.
and we were organizing the anti-tobacco camp through the NSS,
Tobacco camp.
and
No, no.
we had the privilege of meeting you there. And I remember you shook your leg and sang, and we still have a lot of those students 20 years later who have logged in today. They are alumni
Is
of
it?
our college, but when they heard Shan sir's coming, and they're like, no, we don't want to miss this opportunity.
No, even I've logged in as a student. I've been a student of Adi National College 2 years. I did my
Absolutely,
science
absolutely.
2 years in Adi National College. So I owe a lot to this institution. And so whenever I have an opportunity like this, I always love to, join the students. Recently during the pandemic, also, we were there distributing some kind of
I'm aware, sir. We
packages
saw
to
that
people.
on
And
the website. We saw
yeah,
that
and
on the
before that.
website.
So it was nice to be there in person, to be in one of those audiovisual rooms that are now done so beautifully well, much better than it was when we were still students. On the outside itself, I'd like to also thank Ria Srivastav and Milanji from Anand Milanji. Milanji and me go back a long way. And, when he mentioned that, his daughter's with the psychological department here and that we need to do this, there was no questions asked. And of course, when got to know it's other Megadi is also involved, so it was all like family. So, and I also believe that it's a very, very, very strong, very interesting topic that can really be. I don't know how much of a speaker I'm going to be on this, but whatever we can share, ideas and thoughts would be absolutely wonderful, because this you only realize with experience and with time that a lot of unconventional ways of education do come into play, as and I think that's what they call experience, because at the end of the day, we all have we go through our school, college, our conventional education patterns together, and then it is about the curious mind, about the inquisitivity, about wanting to seek more, is what pushes us into getting answers to questions that you probably didn't get when you asked during your school curriculum or your college times. So it's very important to keep your eyes, ears, and hearts open to be able to engage with different people with different mediums, to be able to seek knowledge, seek I wouldn't call it. Sometimes you seek wisdom, unasked for. It comes, and it comes through songs very often. It comes through very unexpected situations, and it stays with you in your subconscious for many years. It helps motivate you, helps inspire you. Even I've had so many such instances when I look back and I think that maybe that song wasn't just entertainment for me. It actually pushed me, or it inspired me to do something different, to be a better person. So these things do happen. So I really love the topic. And not just music, I think a piece of art, it could be a conversation with someone that you just accidentally meet somewhere, and it stays with you. So it's very important to keep our minds, our ears, our thoughts open, not be rigid about the way we feel about things. And there's always so much to learn from unexpected and unconventional spaces.
Thank you, sir. Sir, I had one question for you, which I think a lot of students would want to ask. That, like you very correctly said, that unconventional field, whether it's creative art, whether it's expressive art through means of music, dance, can this become a successful career for students, contemporary students, for students of today? Because we do see a trend that parents are forcing children in the regular conventional field, be it management, be it media, advertising, engineering. So I just want them to have a take home from you, that can conventional careers also be a source of happiness, passion for them?
I think growing up when, we were out of school, college, again, going 25, 30 years ago, these, so-called professions would be considered unconventional. But if you look at media, if you look at entertainment, if you look at music, if you look at arts, over the years, there are enough reasons for you to know that people can flourish, people can, not just survive, but thrive through these unconventional, professions, so to say. So in today's day and age, I wouldn't even call them so unconventional. Yes, of course, if your approach is has to be conventional, your approach has to be sensible, not conventional. Your approach has to be realistic. You have to put in that kind of hard work. You have to put in that kind of dedication, that kind of passion, and you have to know where you stand in that field. You have to believe that you are among the best models that are already existing, and if you can compete with them, for a fact that you can go ahead and be successful. So just following your dream without putting in hard work, passion, without putting in conviction into what you're doing, and just believing and hoping and keeping your fingers crossed ke nahi uska hua to mera bhi ho jayega, that may not be the best way to go about it. But yes, once you get that strong feeling, and once you know that you're capable, you're good at it, I would call it a conventional, I would call it like, there's a service. I believe I'm a professional. I'm here to sing. I know, if someone gives me a song, I can do the job required. So once you are trained and you're ready, and sometimes you need to go through conventional ways to do that for yourself also. So, there are courses today, there are colleges today that are teaching you these things, and you should make the best of that also. Not just, कि यार मुझे करना है, just be a rebel without a cause kind of a feel.
Thank you, sir. So there's another question from a student. She asks that, did you personally face criticism and doubt when you chose music as your career years back?
No, I was from a musical family. My father was a composer. My mother used to sing in chorus. My sister was pursuing music. So in fact, for me, the criticism or the pessimism came from within, came from myself. I was, just because I've got this on a platter, I'm doing it. Do I really have the skills? Can I do it? There was a lot of self-doubt. There was a lot of, I wasn't sure if I wanted to do this. And, also seeing that my father didn't exactly, with all the skills, all the knowledge, all the passion, he couldn't quite achieve the kind of success that he was looking for. So I was a little worried about taking this on. I didn't want to be the third generation of, very musical, very, very artistic, and yet very unhappy generation. So I wanted to tread that line very carefully, very practically. So I did a lot of, I carried on with my education. I did a lot of other things. I tried my hands in different I started a different company. To cut a long story short, I created other choices for myself. And when I realized that music is keeping everything in mind is the better choice, is something where I feel passionate towards also, and I am getting the kind of response from people, I'm getting the kind of work that I enjoy. I said, okay, I'm going to take this on. And of course, I got a lot of encouragement. I'm sure at that point, if someone was, very negative about it to me, it could have changed, my whole path. But I was very lucky. I was very fortunate that I met a lot of people who encouraged me. Starting off new, I got to work with a lot of established composers, Anand Milan being one of such composers who, took a chance with me. And so did a lot of, senior top composers. And I felt that, okay, now there's no point of self-doubting. Now there's only, obviously there is scope for self-improvement. Now I have to work harder and I have to make sure whatever I've got, I don't lose it.
Thank you, sir. That means a lot for all our students. So one more question is, a student has asked, who is your role model, sir?
I find, I don't have a specific role model, but, so many things stick. I was just talking to, I was just listening to ma'am just now when she was talking about, education from a law point of view. And she said such a beautiful little quote, which I'm going to use, where, literacy leads to legacy. And I think that's what it is all about. The more you, you have varied role models, you seek from everyone something positive, you are going to, just keep evolving and improving. So I have many multitude role models, and they've all been very inspiring and motivating for me, depending on what I adhere to, aspire to do. And so, I'm very easily impressionable. I have to say that everything makes a positive impression to me. And so I have too many role models to mention anyone, starting from my father, of course, starting from my mother, starting from, family, friends, all the great stalwarts of music, not just music, from everywhere. So, I'm sorry, I can't answer that question I like to be honest with my answer. So I don't have a specific role model.
Sure, sir. Absolutely, sir. So this is going to be the last question.
Sure.
What is the thing that you love and enjoy the most in the music industry?
I think this, the idea of creating, every time you do something, of course, when you create a song, there are so many, constraints, so to say, that, there are, especially in our situation, when it comes to making a song for a film, you have the director, you have the producer, you have the current trends. But within all that, to create something that is absolutely new, to create something that has never been heard before, and, there's a takeaway. A song may be a 3-minute, 4-minute, 5-minute song, but what I enjoy is a process of creating a song that lingers on, that leaves you with a thought, or leaves you with a smile, or leaves you, with a heavy heart, maybe, depending on what the content of the song is. So that communication that happens through music is absolutely magical, and it's something that I would like to believe is something that is not easily achievable through other mediums. So, and of course it has its downside side also. So we have to be very careful. We have our own, you have to have a certain moral, ethical, aesthetic responsibility when you create music, because, like we eat junk food, or we see things that are, that can have a wrong impression. Similarly, whatever your ears are taking in, it's not just for that moment. It stays. It somewhere goes into your subconscious. It changes you maybe that little bit. So we have to be very, we have to listen also very responsibly, and pick up the good stuff, be able to filter out the bad stuff, and as we go along in life, we realize how music plays such a beautiful part in our lives, which we only probably realize later. But if we actually inculcate the habit of listening to good music, listening to sonically good music, it's not only the words, even the tune, even the sound. Very often, it creates better, easier, relaxing waves in your system, which help you stay indurated. Sometimes music tires you. So listen to music that really energizes you, that makes you feel like you're a better person.
Thank you so much, Shan sir, for taking time out. I think this was an excellent message. The last message was excellent, and this is exactly what we do. In mindfulness training, we play the soft music, which kind of calms the client. Takes the person off. Distressful thoughts that the person is going in, and this is something that we are preaching now, but this is something that you've been practicing for so many years. And I must say, your songs are absolutely soothing, whether it's a romantic song or whether it's any other song, and like you mentioned, it brings a smile from one ear to the other. So over to you. Thank you very much, Shansa, for taking time out of your busy schedule and taking this time and sharing your views with us on a Sunday morning. And I'm sure we've understood that conventional literacy is important, but it's absolutely all right to pursue your passion and go into any kind of literacy program, be it creative art, expressive art. You must have a passion for it, and of course hard work, discipline also contributes. So it just doesn't happen overnight. Over to you, Kritika. Thank you so much, sir, from my side.
Thank you guys. Thank you so much for having me over once again. Thank you.
That was such a delightful segment. So we would request you to sing a few lines for us today. There are a lot of requests pouring in from the audience. If you could just sing a few lines for us.
Sure. If you can randomly just tell me any request, and I'll just try and take it on.
Sir, can I give it the song with Shah Rukh Khan and Preeti Zinta, the disco song? That I think.
Okay. Sure. Why not?
Sure. Thank you.
I think it's the time before it's the time to kisko. Why not the time to kisko?
Right.
दिल है मेरा दीवाना क्या, कहता है अब घबराना क्या, ताल पे जब झूमे बदन, मुस्कुरा हिचकिचाना शर्माना क्या, खुल के झूमो खुल के गाओ, आओ आओ ये मिलके कहो, it's a time to disco, it's a time to disco, कौन मिलेगा देखो किसको, it's a time to disco.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much. So we have one just small surprise for you.
Sure.
Just 1 minute. Over to you, Kritika.
Thank you so much, sir. We truly appreciate the time taken by you to enlighten us with your knowledge. Your passion shines through when you speak about music, an icon and role model for all. We are very lucky to be introduced to your music at a very young age. We wish you all the very best for all your future aspirations. We would now love to dedicate a song for Shansa by our very own ex-student, Supriti Epili from TYBA, Department of Psychology. She is an amazing singer and has a beautiful voice. Over to you, Supriti.
Thank you so much. And I'm super excited right now. Hello. It's really a very big opportunity for me that Meghna ma'am has given. And okay, I'm getting the chills, but I'll just sing a few songs by Shansa, and I hope you like it, sir. I hope the guitar is audible.
Yeah, I can hear it.
बैठे बैठे ऐसे कैसे कोई रास्ता नया सा मिले, तू भी चले मैं भी चलूं, होंगे कम ये कभी फासले, बैठे बैठे ऐसे कैसे कोई रास्ता नया सा मिले, तू भी चले मैं भी चलूं, होंगे कम ये कभी फासले, आओ तेरा मेरा ना हो किसी से वास्ता, आओ ये लो चले जाना कहाँ ना हो पता, हम चलने लगे मेरे रास्ते, मंजिल से बेहतर लगने लगे ये राह, ये सोचा और क्या होगा, क्या दिल ये चाहा और क्या मिला, अब जीत कैसे और ये हार क्या, किस पे भरोसा एतबार क्या, फिर भी दिल में आस है, आंखों में तलाश है, तुम जो साथ हो एक सुबह आएगी, रोशनी जलाएगी, अब की जो रात हो। One love, मिलकर कहे one love, मिलकर कहे one love, एक आसमान हाँ है एक जहां one love, नया जोश है one love, नई सोच है one love, में है यकीन one love is all we need. That was I really have the chills right now. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Lovely, Supriti. That was absolutely wonderful. Really, really enjoyed your, the way you owned the songs and you created your own style on it. So
Thank
brilliant.
you.
Keep doing what you're doing, and my best wishes with you and all those who are pursuing anything that they might want to think is unconventional. Just do it as well, and reach out to people, touch people's hearts. That's most important. And bilkul to all everyone involved, even the compare, the students, all of you, only when you meet students you realize how कई बार लोग कहते हैं अरे अरे यार तू अब तक एकदम young लगता है, but when you see actual youngsters you realize that it's been but they all look so young, and yet they're all raring to go. So Supriti and everyone, thank you so much for having me over. Once again, I'd like to thank Milanji, I'd like to thank Ria also for getting me this opportunity. Thank you, Dr. Meghna. Thank you, everyone. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. Bye-bye, sir.
That was an absolutely phenomenal performance, Suprati. I'm sure the audience enjoyed this performance to the brim. Thank you so much for showcasing your talent and being a part of this event. Shan sir, once again, thank you so much for being with us here today. You have added an extra feather to the cap. Thank you so much. My fellow classmate, Natasha Chada, will now introduce our next segment. Over to you, Natasha.
Thank you, Kritika. We would now like to invite the youngest and a very successful speaker on the panel today. He is an example of sheer hard work, determination, and passion. A student of University of California, Berkeley, Mr. Adit Roy Chaudhary is a man with multiple talents and has worked on several interesting projects, such as the window cleaning robots, interactive periodic table, and created an iMac using recycled products, and many such incredible achievements. At the bare age of 21, he embodies the immense power literacy holds. Aiming for the stars, he was the finalist of Hero XE Robot Competition 2021 and is on board with us today to give us an insight about the same. Over to you, sir.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me? Cool. So I'm going to start with a quote. I have no special talent. I am only passionately curious. This is something that Albert Einstein said. So my name is Adit, and I'm a mechanical engineering and electrical engineering double major at UC Berkeley and a finalist of the prize competition. I was invited here today to share my academic journey to you and hopefully inspire all of you to be ambitious and push yourself to your limits. But first, let me tell you a bit about myself and my background. So my story starts at a young age. I've always loved superheroes, and my dream has been to have superpowers. As I grew older, though, I realized that I can't fly or swing from buildings, but I did have a superpower, or as Einstein called it, a special talent. I was curious. Everywhere I went, I'd look for how I could improve the things around me. I'd open up TV remotes to see how they work. Most of the time, I couldn't even put it back together, but I'd still open it up and try. If there was something that needed to be fixed in the house, I would be the one to do it. I would learn it, I would Google it, and I'd try it. This curiosity slowly evolved into my passion for engineering, because just knowing how things work wasn't enough. I wanted to make things myself too. So over the years, I picked up things like programming, 3D modeling, and really honed in on my fundamentals like math and physics. And when it came to my university applications, I wrote about my passion for engineering And somehow that story got me into Berkeley. So clearly all those years of asking questions really helped there. Once I got into Berkeley, I was in for a shock. So I was used to being one of the smarter kids in my school. But when I got into Berkeley, I found it very hard to keep up with the pace of the material. And by the second week, we already had exams and quizzes. And in my first exam, I got around 50%. And I soon realized that everyone around me is also so smart that what am I doing here? Like as students at world-class universities yourselves, I'm sure you've all asked the question, why was I there? Did the admission officer make a mistake? Like, am I smart enough? Am I good enough? This is known as imposter syndrome, and it's very common among students like us. Thankfully, my friends and family made me realize that these questions don't matter. What difference does it make that my mom's friend's son is going to Stanford or Cambridge? That doesn't make me any difference. It doesn't matter how other people do. So why waste the little time that we have stressing about that? You don't have to compare yourself to others. What matters is doing the best you can and maximizing your potential. But what is potential? How can you maximize something without knowing what the upper limit is? As a scientist and a science brain, this is what I think about a lot of the time, and this thought has guided me in my academic journey. The only way you can know your limit is by trying to do as much as you can. And this includes a balance between your work and everyday life. In my first semester, I chose to do 3 classes. This was the bare minimum that I could do in Berkeley. The next semester, I took 4 classes. The semester after that, I decided, okay, I can do more. I can do a double major. So I kept pushing myself to see how much I could really do. The focus was no longer on comparing myself to others, but rather comparing myself to myself. This way of thinking really helped me, and I could see that I've improved, and I felt much more confident in my abilities and started doing a lot better in my classes. This year, I took on a lot. I took 6 classes, 3 clubs, 2 jobs, and a research project. And I finally found what my limit was. Because this turned out to be too much, I couldn't handle it, so I dropped a bit. I dropped a class, I took on a smaller role in one of my clubs, but that's fine. At least I tried. The way I think about it, never stop yourself from trying something due to a fear of failing. You learn from your failures. One of my favorite quotes in a Batman movie was said by Alfred, "Why do we fall? So we can learn to pick ourselves up." If I didn't push myself, if I was too scared to try, I wouldn't have the experience and knowledge that I have now. And now that I know what my limit is, I can maximize my potential. And this finally brings me to the e-robot competition for which I'm one of the finalists. For a bit of context, this competition is a national competition to find solutions for climate change issues. The theme of this year was to design something that could help reduce heat loss from buildings, as a lot of energy is wasted because of poor or old insulation. So I stumbled across this competition while browsing Facebook, and even though I was doing a lot more than was recommended by my academic advisors, I decided, you know what, I'll give it a try. I had some experience in robotics, but nowhere near the knowledge that I needed to succeed in this competition. But what I did have was my curiosity, passion for learning, and determination. I joined a team of like 5 engineering students, most of whom knew, they were seniors, master students who knew much more about robotics than I did. And we set out to find the solution to the problem. We ended up deciding to use a hexapod, which is a 6-legged robot, to allow someone to find old insulation in the attic and replace it with new material without being there themselves at all. It's completely remote controlled. This would save them a lot of time and make it much safer because attics have very bad angles for your back and it's full of harmful materials in the air. So in the first week, one of the 5 members dropped out because they had too much work. That's fine. By the 3rd week, 2 others realized that they didn't have the skills they needed and they also dropped out. So this left just me and another student working on this problem with a professor guiding us. I was way out of my depth and definitely not in my comfort zone, but I wasn't scared to fail. I was determined to try and learn as much as I could from this experience. In these situations, I always ask myself, what's the worst that can happen? In this case, the worst thing that could happen would be not qualifying for round 2, which, it wasn't the end of the world. At least I'd try. And I did try then. I spent many hours in a day learning how to control the hexapod and have it move across the attic. I ended up turning my bedroom floor into an attic and with a wooden frame and insulation, which wasn't the best idea, but it's the best I could do given the time that I had. Through a lot of trial and error and hours of painstakingly controlling every joint on the leg of the robot, I managed to get it to climb over the obstacles and get to the other side. I was elated by this result because in 3 weeks, I went from not knowing anything about robotics control to solving a problem that's considered pretty difficult in robotics research. We then wrote up the project report and submitted it, not expecting to win, but just being happy that we did the best that we could and we submitted it. So months went by with no reply from the competition. And then suddenly I wake up one morning and I see an email saying eRobot prize finalist. So I opened the email and to my surprise, we won. Our team was one of the 10 teams out of 400 to qualify for the final stage of the competition. Had I not pushed myself to find my limit and take on potentially more than I could handle, I wouldn't be here giving this speech to all of you. There's nothing special about me that differentiates me from you. Curiosity and the desire to learn is ingrained in human nature. We all have it. We all want to learn more. That's why we are at university. All you have to do is push yourself and find your limit. You don't have to be an engineer or be interested in robotics to be successful in your own field. We are all gifted with the opportunity to education. And with this comes the power to make a difference. If you settle for the minimum, it's a wasted opportunity because you can do so much more than you think you're capable of. All you have to do is try. And that's what I've learned from my experiences. I'd like to thank Dr. Meghna and National College for inviting me to speak today. And if any of you have any questions, I'd be happy to.
Thank you so much, Mr. Adit Roy Chaudhary. I think that was an excellent input for all our students. I must tell you this, guys, that Mr. Adit has not just achieved what he's achieved right now, but he has topped entire Singapore in his SAT exams, I think in the subject of, he's very humble, so he's not sharing that, but he was awarded by the Prime Minister of Singapore for, I think, being a topper in 2 subjects in SAT with kind of nearly, I think, the full score. So he has been an achiever right from the beginning with small steps, very, very clear focus towards his goal, and I think that is the take home message that he has given our students. So Mr. Adit, there are a lot of questions that are coming in the chat box. I will take one or two of them. How does one overcome imposter syndrome?
I think that's a very good question. So what you need to understand is if you're got into something, if you've been accepted for a position, you're there for a reason. Someone saw something in you that they find is worth it. You don't need to compare yourself to others in the field. They could be people doing something completely different. It doesn't matter. You were chosen for a reason, so don't question it. You're there and it matters.
Thank you, Adit. There is another question. As we all know, that great things are always difficult. So you must have faced obstacles, problems. What did you do to keep yourself motivated through this difficult, obstacles or difficult times?
I think that's when I was talking about having a good work-life balance, because obviously you will come across problems that you can't solve. There are some problems that are unsolvable or very hard, but that's when it's important that you could take a step back from your work. Look around you, look at the wider picture, look at everything else there is in the world. Go to your friends, enjoy a bit, and then get back to it after. And that keeps you going instead of being stuck in a problem and always just trying to solve it and then putting yourself into a hole and not managing to do anything.
Thank you, Adit. There's one more question which I think a lot of art students would have. What inspired you to pursue a career in science and robotics? You did mention curiosity, but why science and robotics?
So actually, I've always been a very creative person. I used to love painting and drawing as a kid. And I look at engineering as an art of science. You make art that's useful and that can help people in the world. So that's what put me into the science and robotics field. And I realized that I like the mechanical engineering and I like the electrical engineering, and robotics is kind of in the intersection between both fields.
Okay, one more question, Adit. You mentioned that fear of failure should never stop us. So how do we as students handle the emotions of failure, and how did you pick up yourself to keep going?
You have to just tell yourself that it's okay. One exam is not going to determine your life. There are, before coming into Berkeley, I was scared of failing. If I got below 80%, I'd be like, oh no, how am I going to tell my mom that I've got below 80% in an exam? But once I got here, I realized that you're not going to get 100% on every exam. You even get below 50 on some of them, but it's fine. It's not going to determine your life. And as long as you're learning from your mistakes and you don't make the same mistakes again, that's what matters. So that's what I just keep telling myself.
So, Mr. Adit, who is your role model? Tell me it's me.
I'd say my role model is probably someone like Steve Jobs. You know, he was a son of a Syrian immigrant. He came from nothing. Didn't have a huge education or anything, but he worked hard. He was curious. He was creative, and he built what is the most valuable company in the world right now. So that's what I aspire to be like.
Thank you so much, Mr. Aditya, for sharing your views on success, on literacy, your journey towards achieving. We see Adit making a car. I don't know if he's going to manage another Tesla, but I have booked a new car that he's going to be working on, I'm sure, in few years down. So wishing you all the best, Adit, to achieve your vision, dreams, and all success in your life. Over to you, Natasha. Thank you so much for taking time out and sharing your views with us.
Thank you for that.
Thank you, ma'am. We wholeheartedly thank Mr. Adit for being a part of this program and sharing his experience with us about such prestigious competition. Your journey is truly inspiring to all of us and gives us the courage to not settle for less, to aim higher, and to never stop dreaming big. Thank you for motivating us to use our potential to the maximum and push forward, no matter the circumstances. You are so humble and down to earth, and that makes you all the more unique. Your works portrayed the realistic problems that students face, and thank you so much for sharing them and acknowledging them. We are truly motivated and look up to you. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you.
I now introduce our next speaker. Connecting is a way of upliftment, and what better way than social media to connect and help the people in need. Our next speaker, Ms. Asha Nanavati, is working with the Alliance Educational Foundation as Joint and Organizing Secretary for the International Colloquium Series. She reaches out to the global audience and makes meaningful changes to the nonprofit education sectors in rural India. She has imparted her expertise in the domain of fashion, retail, and beauty for brands like Aveda as a global marketing expert. Working closely with the students of rural South India, she is the epitome of hard work and resilience. I now cordially invite Ms. Asha Nanavati to take over.
Thank you so much, Natasha. And thank you so much, Dr. Meghna Basad-Thakur, for inviting me today on this wonderful International Day of Charity, Charity for Parity, very appropriate in these times. Thank you so much. My name is Asha Nanavati. I'm head the marketing and public relations for Alliance Educational Foundation. And I wanted to take you a bit on a visual journey of our foundation. So I'm going to be sharing a PowerPoint presentation because I feel that it would be appropriate for you to get a feel of our foundation in Kerala. So Alliance Educational Foundation was basically founded in 1985, and it was founded by an international group of people who wanted to find a way to bring joy and the joy of learning to the forefront of the learning process. So I will just be sharing. So in 1985, a group of people came together and thought that the freedom for discovery and combined with the learning and academic excellence were really needed in the rural sector of India. And the idea came about to create a school, which was founded in 1987, Sri Adwayananda Public School. It is in Pathanamthitta district in Kerala, and it's named after the great sage Sri Adwayananda, and has come to be known to represent quality education that promotes learning, but learning in a very hands-on, joyful manner. We have, even though it's a charity, It has a high teacher-student ratio. Classes range from 10 to 20 students per class, allowing teachers to actually interact and interface with children and accommodate the different learning styles that they may have. So I'm proud to say that reflective of Kerala, our school embraces people of all faiths, all economic backgrounds. We've had children come from different parts of the world as well. This is a school that, this is actually on the day where we celebrated the United Nations, but it's really brought a very inclusive atmosphere to the school and to the rural village that we're located in, which is about 3.5 hours south of Cochin and north of Trivandrum. So just a few facts to share. We're in the village of Malakara, but in that village, there's 3 small campuses where we have about 140 students across the 3 campuses. And even though most of our students come from the local, I would say the 100-kilometer vicinity of the school, our alumni have actually traveled throughout India and across the world and pursued very interesting, diverse professions. And we like to think that it was a product of offering them a lot of latitude, a lot of area to discover what their interests were and their inclinations. We also, as a foundation, which has been very important from the beginning, employ and empower the local community. We have staff from the local community, as well as I'm happy to say, employed many teachers from the local area and try to empower as much as possible the Pathanamthitta district community. So just to give an idea of the profile of our students, we offer kindergarten through 12th standard. So the ages range from 4.5 to 17. We have parents, the parents of our children come from lower middle class to upper middle class. But what I'd like to say that we don't have a school uniform, and I feel that the school at the children at Sri Dayananda Public School, there's a equality of all the students. They may come from different backgrounds, different parts, but there's a feeling of support and encouragement, which we try to inculcate from kindergarten and works throughout the school and hopefully throughout their life. Many of our students aspire for a university education and have gone on to pursue interesting professions. We also, as a school, have some acreage where I'm sure, like many NGOs, aspire in the future to be able to conduct some solar energy projects where we could support our electricity usage, faculty housing, and auditorium for our annual events. But it's a very beautiful part of Kerala, and I just wanted to, if anyone is visiting Kerala, it's a lovely school to visit when we're open. Yes. So as an NGO, in 2013, it was identified that we needed to create an annual outreach event, which is the International Colloquium Series. And I'm proud to say that I was there from the beginning of this event, and it's really been an amazing platform, not only for the school community to inspire our parents, our students, and our alumni, but it's been a forum for us to invite guests from India and around the world, educators, people in the corporate world, foundation members, to not only share what we've been doing since 1987, but also to gain their wisdom and their professional experience. Also to share the charitable needs of the school. It has been a nonprofit since day one. And even in this time during the pandemic, we continue to try to offer hardware, software, technology, what we can to our students and parents and teachers. It's also created a possibility for us to pursue international outreach initiatives. And so this year in August, we celebrated our 9th International Colloquium. We've had guests from India around the world. And I wanted to mention a few. This year, we were fortunate to have UNESCO Delhi join us because they are very much behind the quality education initiative for India. And they continue to support NGOs like ourselves trying to impart a quality education in rural settings. We've also tried to partner with different other entities. There's the Big History Project, which was an idea that was actually funded by Bill Gates and given for free. It's a multi-curricular approach to history and gives great exposure to our students starting 8th standard. And we've had some exponents of the Big History Project come from the US to give master workshops as well. I mentioned earlier that our alumni have taken different professions, and the previous speaker had spoken about robotics, and I'm proud to say that actually some of our alumni have also pursued that field, which is very lucrative. But looking at what is possible today, these are some of the areas and professions that our alumni have pursued and showed interest even when they were at school. And it just goes to show that nurturing the joy in children's learning process can lead to very dynamic, interesting, and involved citizens in the world. I mentioned the Big History Project earlier as well, and this is a curriculum that's actually offered for free. So it greatly benefited schools like ourselves. We were actually the second school in India after the Aga Khan School in Hyderabad to adopt this. And as I had said before, with school like ourselves, where we pour back the money, all of our money back into the students and the infrastructure, this was a great boon for us to have a curriculum that's international and dynamic. We also have a partnership with Clonlara School in Michigan, USA. And this gives us the opportunity for students in the rural side of India to actually take the equivalent of what would be a US high school diploma. And this has enabled them to pursue their studies in Europe and the United States, and just gives them more exposure. It's a project-based high school diploma, and we're very proud to have been part of that. Partnership has originated in 2005 and is recognized by the Association of Indian Universities. In our outreach activities, I think partnerships with companies are really paramount. Number one, it gives exposure to our students to the corporate world which they may enter. And so Decathlon was a great partner, has been a great partner with us since 2015. Not only have they given hands-on internships in their Bangalore offices, but they've also given professional workshops in Cochin and opportunities for our alumni to actually join the organization. But for us, it's also given exposure to the way they give back. They give back to the youth of India, and I think that it's been a great partnership overall. And this is during a workshop, just some of the observations. Our students have used these hands-on internships for their project work for ISC, as well as college projects that they needed to conduct. So Alliance Educational Foundation, like many foundations across Kerala, we have been remote and online since June of 2020. But as many NGOs, we are persevering. We're moving forward. I'm happy to say that our children from kindergarten to 12th are all online through the help of Microsoft Teams, and we hope that this school, it's been 33 years, and we hope to have 30 more years. And thank you so much for allowing me to share a little bit about Shri Advayananda Public School in Kerala.
Thank you so much, ma'am. It is an absolute honor to have you with us. And
especially because the way you talk about your students, you had that little smile on your face, and that just shows to go how much passion you have for this job. And it's just not a job for you, it is something that you've created your life around, and it is truly truly aspiring for our students to have someone like you working for the betterment of this country. Thank you so much, ma'am. We have some questions coming in for you.
Takreem, I'll take that. Thank you so much, Asha ma'am, for taking time out and being with us today and sharing with us what excellent work is done in Malakra by your team. I must tell all students that Malakra is a beautiful small town, but next time I visit, I'll definitely take a visit to the school, because the school looks amazing. I mean, I have heard that y'all are doing a lot, but today through your presentation, I think we've got a real picture of what is being done. So ma'am, there are a couple of questions from students. What would the world look like if you realized your vision? Who would benefit?
Well, I think the primary goal of the foundation and of Sri Dwayananda Public School is having an excellent academic education, but also producing excellent human beings, people who can really make a change. And I think it's so appropriate today. If we're in a moment and we're in a year of giving back and sharing and helping others. And I think that education should prepare students who not only care about their immediate environment, but also want to do something that helps their fellow students, their fellow community, and hopefully in their families and their companies that they work for in the world. So we hope to create whole individuals.
Thank you, ma'am. There's another question. Was there any cultural limitations that you faced when you were working with the students in Kerala?
Yeah, that's a wonderful question. And thank you so much for asking that. And, I am very proudly half Indian. My father is from Gujarat. And but I have to say that children are the most welcoming, accepting, amazing human beings. And, I didn't miss a beat. I feel that the children, even now I try to interact at least an hour each day. I'm not a teacher, but even then, even we're all remote and online. It's amazing how welcoming and accepting and loving children innately are. And I think it's our duty as a school and a foundation to nurture and preserve that. So I did not feel any hesitancy at all culturally to accommodate to this foundation.
Thank you, ma'am. There's another question from a student, Alifia. While working for such a noble cause, what difficulties did you face and how did you overcome these difficulties?
Yes, again, thank you so much for that question. I joined Alliance Educational Foundation in 2013, and my immediate previous position was Global Marketing Lead at Aveda Corporation. And I think for me, it was a real eye-opener what NGOs face. I went from having the ability to call a finance person and have them create a spreadsheet and executive summary within a day to actually dealing with the realities that we may not have electricity the next day. Our IT team the computers that we have may need upgrades, and we don't have a finance team supporting us. We have to actually wear many hats and create opportunities and work hard ourselves. So I think it was very humbling, but also really hats off to all the very worthy NGOs that are in India. I think that if I learned anything, it's becoming very resourceful and appreciating who's among me, empowering those that are with you as well. I think that's what I really learned and taken away, and that was what I faced.
Thank you, ma'am. I think we'll take the last question. There are many questions for you, Asha ma'am, pouring in. I'll take the last question from a student, Kashish. She asks, do you think job opportunities aren't equally distributed throughout the country because even educational opportunities are not? Since you are working with the rural, students of Kerala, do you feel that it is just Kerala that is getting, the students are getting this equal opportunities and not like this the other states? And thus, do you think job opportunities are not equally distributed?
That's a very good question, and I can answer to my level of experience. I've not worked in the educational sector in other states. I think, number one, I feel that anyone who wants to go in the educational field, the need for good teachers is paramount. Even at this moment, we are recruiting for teachers. It's so hard to find good teachers who want to actually come to a rural setting and teach. So I think that there are many opportunities for anybody who wants to pursue an educational degree, a B.Ed with a master's in their subject. That is what is often required by most curriculums. And I think it's a very noble profession and would highly encourage. But I do think it's true that I think Kerala is very fortunate that there's a high level of literacy and a high level of education. Yet there are struggles, real struggles for many parents. So yes, there is availability of education, but many parents, even parents we know, they are struggling to educate their children. They have one cell phone at home. They have several children. How do they find the time and ways to have access to their classes? I think that even though education is available, it is hard for lower to middle class families to persevere in, especially during these times. So I think that, and also I think Kerala, there is education, but the quality of the education could still improve. So, but that said, I think there's a long way to go, but I'm very encouraged that there's so many on this call, so many bright and engaged and enthusiastic individuals. And I think you're the future and you can make a big difference in India. And I'm very happy to see you today.
Thank you so very much, Ms. Asha Nanavati. I think that was an excellent and encouraging input that our students have got, because many of them believe in pursuing higher studies and selecting a career in teaching. And I think the amazing kind of work that you are doing with the school has definitely encouraged our audience today that there is hope once you put in hard work. So thank you so much for taking time out, ma'am. Ma'am has just come out of a very big international conference that she had organized with more than 7 continents, like you mentioned, countries in the world together for this program that you organized. So I really appreciate you being with us today and sharing your work. Over to you. Thank you so much. Over to you, Natasha.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Your journey and growth is truly motivating and enlightening for all of us present here today. Your work and efforts towards society truly inspires and empowers us all. The efforts you put towards making a better future for the children is truly inspiring. We are truly honored to have you here and to have you share your pure ideology and goals with us. We aspire to walk a path towards a better society with you. Thank you once again, ma'am. I would like now, thank you, ma'am. Kritika would now introduce our next speaker on the panel.
Thank you, Natasha. As said by Leo Tolstoy, in education, once more, the chief things are equality and freedom. And we are sure our next speaker has the same philosophy. Dr. Gitanjali Chaturvedi is a part of the World Economic Forum Geneva, where she works as a project lead in the domains of gender, diversity, inclusion, and equity, and collaborates with country accelerators to achieve gender goals. She has worked in South and Central Asia and Sub-Saharan Africa with different UN agencies in cross-cutting areas of maternal and child health, polio eradication, energy and climate change, ecotourism, and creation of livelihood and microfinance opportunities for women. Empowered women truly do empower women. We are absolutely delighted to have such a spectacular personality among us today. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you very much, and thank you to inviting me to speak to you on the occasion of World Literacy Day. And for me, when I was given this invitation, I didn't really know how to collect my thoughts. But then there was this great American social reformer whose very famous quote came to my mind, and his name is Frederick Douglass, and he very famously said, "Once you learn to read, you will forever be free." And that is exactly what literacy really means to me. It is the path to self-discovery and active inquiry. And it is such an important life skill, so essential to our lives, that it is really hard to imagine that in many parts of the world, it is still a privilege. And since you know so much about me already, you will probably know that I worked in Afghanistan. And there, it is a complete luxury because girls in Afghanistan have had to struggle to secure education, literacy for themselves. And even after 2 decades, it's very important to think of them because this has become so fragile now in today's context. But it is not just conflict that endangers literacy. I'm sure, I mean, if we just think back to the COVID pandemic, which we've now lived with for over a year, it has exposed these sharp divides that influence literacy education for a large section of our population. And I'm sure Meghna knows this already, but 1.6 billion learners were impacted by school closures at the peak of the pandemic. And many of these students have really not gone back to school or even to any formal offline education. And if you just think back to that 1 year, everybody, as the schools went online, everybody, including teachers, students, and their parents, were adjusting to this virtual reality of online learning. Not everyone had access. And we saw millions of kids who dropped out. And as I said, they never came back. But, schools meant so much more than just education. It meant, millions of kids. I discovered living in Geneva that millions of kids in France, in the UK, in India, in several other countries actually went to school because that was the only meal they got the entire day. It was the only nutritious, well-balanced meal. And imagine this was paused for months together. So what did people eat? What did children eat? Schools were also, we realized, safe spaces from violence and abuse. And a child is sheltered from and protected from this very harsh reality. And imagine this safe space being taken away. And imagine being cut off from friends and a social ecosystem within your school that you own, that defines you and your identity. All these factors influence a child's ability and interest to learn and grow, because if you have no social ecosystem, you really are not interested in what is going on. All of this influences literacy, and all of this was impacted last year. So it is not surprising, and I'm sure you also know this, that countries that have low literacy levels are also riddled with poverty, poor digital connectivity, unequal gender relations, and several other intersectional disadvantages that also happen in these countries. South Asia, of course, perhaps largely because of Afghanistan, lags as the region with the highest levels of illiterate populations. It's not correct to call them illiterate anymore, but and that is followed by sub-Saharan Africa. And even though the pandemic has set us back, I think what we should do, I mean, this is the background that I've built, is look at the opportunity that we have to fix the problems of the past as we look to the future, because of course we have to move onward and upward. So what does the future look like? When I was actually thinking of what the future looks like, I really thought the one thing that we've all become through our experience with the pandemic is really digitally literate and very, very savvy. Suddenly we're Zooming all over the place, where we know how to make our presentations online. So, and we can actually work just as efficiently as we did from the comfort of our homes. I'm talking about work, I'm not talking about school. From the comfort of our home, as we did in the office. In fact, we find that we're a little bit more productive than we used to be. So we are likewise moving increasingly to this hybrid world, and digital learning will predominate. In the past, I used to work for the World Bank, and I worked quite a lot on education and literacy projects and skills projects. And increasingly, one of the big problems that we had was the absence of physical infrastructure. So a lot of the program managers and implementation teams would tell me, we don't have enough space, the demand is so much, how do you bring all these people? So we were already moving beyond the brick and mortar model of instruction. And I feel that that is here to stay, and the COVID pandemic has actually just accelerated or been a catalyst in pushing us towards this digital towards the digital sphere, actually. So so what I'm trying to say is that digital literacy is going to be part of what we call functional literacy. So and functional literacy is, of course, the ability to read, write, and do mathematics. So countries like Egypt, where I've also been working very recently, for example, they admit that that they had very few hiccups transitioning from like a physical world to this hybrid world. But India, with all her challenges, with all the discrepancies that we have and the divides that we have in the digital space, I think has issues, especially in the rural areas and with the urban poor. So I think that is something that we have to really actively try and fix. And the added challenge is that if you still don't have electricity and you still don't use the internet, then that's also a challenge to actually get people on the internet and to encourage them to start feeling comfortable about using the digital space. In fact, 3.7 billion people, which is a little bit more than half, or rather almost half the world's population, does not have access to the internet. And then, of course, we have issues with electricity, we have issues with bandwidth. So this really needs to fix, but we are moving in that direction, I think. We also have to make sure that all of this is free, if not subsidized, or rather the other way around. The second thing that I was thinking is, just since I am a gender expert, I have to talk about this. Last year, I'm sure you noticed that girls' education was disrupted way more than that of boys. And in normal times, as it is, girls struggle to cope with continued schooling. They have transport issues, they have security issues. They never really sort of managed to push themselves toward enough. And there are also sanitary issues, sanitation issues, and not enough toilets, etc. But with girls moving online, they started to be pulled into the kitchen more than into the virtual classroom. And we saw a lot of girls dropping out as a result. Also because they didn't own devices, they didn't have unhindered access to laptops or mobile phones. And girls from poorer homes had no means of acquiring these for themselves. So really we have to fix and ensure that there is a way to address this gender digital divide, because it's a real issue and we have to make sure that it doesn't become permanent. And that is critical in ensuring that girls also achieve their education, their literacy goals. And we have to think outside the box. I know a lot of people say that, but we have to look at ways, innovative ways in which we can fix these issues. We did see, I remember, because I was part of several of these groups that were actually looking at ways in which they could recycle, donate electronic equipment, mobile phones and so on for underprivileged during the pandemic. But what we really need in our country is scale. And in addition to scale, we need quality. So when these donations are made, for example, we should ensure that these are devices that can be used and not those dated devices with poor functionality. I mean, they should really be quite useful. Then of course, there is this issue that around equity in literacy, which basically is something that teachers are very familiar with. And so therefore, and you as students of psychology would also be. And this is basically around not just ensuring that the underprivileged actually have access to literacy, but also that people with learning disabilities can still become literate, because we find that learning disability is a very good way to shy off and say, well, you know, and not address the issue. But it is possible for everybody, given the right tools and given the right way, instruction, to become literate and to then secure an education and jobs and careers. So it's not just learning disabilities, it's also other intersectionalities that hamper literacy, such as poverty, ethnicity, and so on. And we don't want those to stand in the way. We have to become increasingly more and more sensitive that not everybody is on the same learning path as us or as an average individual. And then also learning from the pandemic, we realized that there has to be an investment. I'm sorry, I'm going to take a cup of coffee. At the community level, because as the communities became during the pandemic the focal point for support, and using these community structures to encourage literacy, active inquiry, learning, is actually quite an important vehicle to ensure that these literacy goals are sustainable within communities. And during the pandemic, you saw that communities became very active, where the state actors could not really sort of provide the sort of support that we expected them to. They became very active, whether it was in providing mental health support in certain cases, vaccination support in certain cases, ensuring that there were safe spaces within the community for isolation, quarantine, and so on. It wasn't always great, but at least communities and other cultures also rallied around and gave that sort of support. So I think we have to use this momentum to channel community support for literacy also. And we should do that by reviving libraries, learning activities. And an example that I have is from Delhi, where I used to live. And I witnessed the work that was being done to reform the learning outcomes. And of course, Atishi, I don't know whether you've heard of her, she was very involved in the reforms in Delhi municipal schools. I remember very clearly that most of those kids in class 4 and 5 could actually not read. And it was that realization that got them to do this massive mission mode campaign of getting children to read and teaching them to read. They had memorized everything, because kids are very good at memorizing things. But if they gave them a word or asked them to read a sentence that they were not familiar with, they just didn't know how to read. And that campaign actually produced incredible results. And I'm not sure whether you know, but if you track the progress, the Delhi municipal schools actually started performing really well during the CBSE. So I really feel that just reviving these community structures, community libraries with digital access are really key in strengthening literacy and building this inquiring mind. And then finally, we have to really think of how this should be resourced. I mean, because I've been working on project development and project management, I always think, okay, fine, it's very good to have these great ideas, but where's this money going to come from? You know, who's going to fund it? Who is going to really buy into this great vision that we have, that we want everybody around us to be literate and reading books and libraries and things like that, and having digital access and being able to do their learning and so on. Who's going to do it? Who is going to fund and support all of this? How will we feel and ensure that communities feel motivated, you know, to encourage these learning hubs for children and adults and so on? And how do we also ensure that kids actually feel empowered to actively reach out to more learning? Because the purpose of this literacy is that you know enough, that you want to actually build an active inquiry, and you want to reach out and research and ask more questions and then build to your knowledge. So this is where I feel, and since this is what I work on, the public-private partnership model is actually really, really interesting and very relevant in actually fixing these resource gaps. So for example, I'll tell you about my city where I live in Geneva. We have free libraries and free public spaces that are managed and maintained and resourced by Rolex, which is the watch company. And I only recently discovered this because the company puts all its profits into maintaining the public facilities in the city. And this is and they never brand it. You would never find out because you don't see a Rolex brand anywhere. And it's between our canton, the canton of Geneva, and the company. But there are several companies like that actually support public infrastructure, libraries, toy libraries, children's facilities all over our country. And India actually has plenty of CSR funds and countless philanthropists who can channel these resources and support a literate society. I really don't think enough has been done to channel resources in this direction. I don't think there has been much imagination or creativity around it. And I'm happy to I feel critical about my own country when I see what corporates outside have done. And I think the other important thing that corporates can do along with state actors, including the government, is to make data for learning free for students. So if you really want, and that happens everywhere else in the world, but I think the data bandwidth, etc., those issues are also quite prohibitive in enabling access. So I think all these holes need to be plugged, and it's not just one man's job to be able to do it. We need to bring in the private sector. We need to bring in the government. So by way of conclusion, I really do believe that the way forward is upward and onward. I do believe that the present generation has lost a lot during the pandemic, but conversely, I also feel that the present generation has benefited so much and adapted so quickly to digital literacy that I think that is an advantage. And there are three things that I feel that we need to do. The first is, I think we need to keep the pressure up to with our government, because they have to deliver and make the learning accessible. So that's the first thing that we really need to do. We have to have, and it's not just for us that we need to do it, we also have to do it with this vision in our minds for people who are not as advantaged as us, not as fortunate with us, because we don't want anyone to be lagging behind. They shouldn't be left behind because of their disadvantage. So I think keep the pressure up on the government, but when you're doing that, think of those who don't have the same resources as you. As students and citizens, the second thing we need to do is to put pressure on communities, because we want them to make the resources available for this mission and to make our country secure in its literacy. So the government, the community, both, the same sort of pressure. And then for ourselves, I think for us, we have to commit ourselves to the mission ourselves, and we have to all read. We should just read a book. I find that we mostly scroll on our phones, and that's okay, but that's not quite reading. That the joy of discovery is lost when you're not reading a book. Let's read a book a week, or if you want a month, but set yourself a learning a goal. Let's write. I mean, write a letter. Write a letter or two. Don't write an email. Pick up a pen and write a letter. Because I remember we were talking about the two skills that won't be needed. And in fact, in America, very few people really use those skills. One of them is writing. I won't tell you about the second one. You can start thinking what it is. So write a letter or keep scribbling notes in your diary. Write a poem. Do whatever makes you feel happy, but let that flow from your heart. And for accounts, because that was the last thing, right? Math, reading, writing, and math. I think if we have digital literacy, then all we need is to punch a few numbers in our calculators and we'll get our answers. So I think reading, writing is more important. So with that, thank you. I welcome any questions, and I hope upward and onward is the way we go.
Thank you so much, Gitanjali. Absolutely a pleasure to have you with us once again. And it's not one question, there are so many questions in the chat box that have been pouring in, but everyone has been very quietly listening to your great inputs. This is like global inputs on literacy, and I'm sure all participants have kind of deciphered by now that you have such a vast experience, right from the World Bank and now with the World Economic Forum, And I personally know ma'am right from the days of her JNU when she was doing her PhD, her involvement with different social projects, be it literacy, be it the polio project, and of course she's traveled all over the world. I mean, today we hear of Afghanistan and we'll probably shiver to even say the name, but ma'am's worked there. She's done a lot of projects in Pakistan, Afghanistan, some that I know of, and it's a pleasure to have you with us. This is approximately 7:38 a.m. in Geneva, and ma'am has taken her time out to be with us to share her views. And guys, I would also like to share this personal input. Gitanjali Chaturvedi, Dr. Gitanjali Chaturvedi and me, we have been in school together and we were called number 10. I say this in a lot of confidence because Gitanjali used to be thin as number 1 and I used to be round as number 10. We were very good friends. So thank you once again, Gitanjali. I will just pose the questions to you. A question from a student, Gatika, says that do you remember a specific experience where you wished you had done something differently? If you were to do it over, what would you change?
Ooh.
A tricky question.
Okay, I'll answer this very quickly. So personally, I don't think I would change a thing about myself. I mean, there's certain things that I feel that, oh, I wish I had studied this, oh, I wish I'd studied that. But I think that's all a function of active inquiry. You know, the more you learn, the more you experience, you go, my God, I wish I had done archaeology. I remember when I was so lucky to travel in Pakistan and actually be in Mohenjo-daro. And when I was there and I saw this amazing archaeological site, and I was like, oh gosh, I wish I had studied archaeology. But then I was in Afghanistan, I was in Bamyan, and I had the same thing, you know, the same sort of tinge of regret that, you know, we don't get to see all of this so much. So basically, I think somewhere deep down, I'm a hidden archaeologist, but I would not have changed my profession. I would not have done anything different, you know, to what I'm doing today. Professionally, I think I feel a little bit less empowered because when you work in development, you see all these kids, you know, like with learning disabilities. I've seen children with birth defects. I've seen all kinds of situations that move you and you feel helpless because there is only so much you can do. You don't have a magic wand in your hand and you can't convert a frog into a prince. And there are times when you actually regret it, but you really have to hold yourself back and you have to just do the best you can at that moment and move on and let that inspire you to do more rather than sort of thinking back too much on that. I hope that answers your question.
Absolutely, it does. There's another very interesting question, Gitanjali. Thank you for that. What actually motivates you to do what you do?
So I think, Meghna, I don't know whether you feel this way, but I actually felt that I wanted to work in the field of development ever since I was a child. I don't know whether you recall this, but we used to do a lot of LTS together. We used to do a lot of, you know, the social work and the social activities. So I think that you have it in you, and you have to just let that calling speak to you loud and clear, and then you know which path you want to take, right? So maybe what I'm trying to say in this very abstract form is, as you study, as you journey through life, spend enough time with yourself so that you're listening to yourself and to what your antaratma, as they say, what your inner voice is telling you to say, telling you to do. And once you do that, you'll find all sorts of doors opening up. You find no obstacles, or if you do find obstacles, you know how to overcome them. So I think make sure that you're not following other people. It's good to have mentors, it's good to have role models, but make sure the path that you're carving for yourself is your own.
Thank you, Gitanjali. And yes, I always felt that you're going to do something really big. Gitanjali's father has also been a part of the IAS services in India, and he's been very active on several projects. So absolutely, right from school days, we knew you're going to do something big. So there's another question from a student asking, looking at the state of literacy and poverty in India, did that ever dishearten you?
So first of all, it actually annoyed me, because the one thing that I realized more and more, so I was very privileged because I grew up in Bengal. And when Bengal became literate, and there was actually the first state, it was Bardhaman district that became fully literate. My father was, as Meghna said, he was in the government, and we were with the governor actually, and we went with him to that state, and we went to all these literacy centers. And I was very young, very impressionable, and there were these night centers where people would study. I was back in the day. I don't know if they still exist, but to me it was like a miracle, to see people old enough to be my grandparents sitting with these, those typical things, these thick glasses and reading and feeling empowered and doing maths and things like that. So to me, so I remember asking my dad at that time, I was like, why is it that it's taken so long? And my father said, that's the most complex question you've asked. So I said, well, who should I be angry with? But it's not really, who should you be angry with? But to answer your question, I also, about poverty, and this is very important. I was working for the World Bank for 10 years, and I discovered I was working on the Poverty Eradication Initiative. And in that space of 10 years, India broke records of actually lifting the most number of people out of poverty in the world. And it was true. I mean, I went to every single village that I could go to because it was a nationwide mission. And I went to Andhra Pradesh, I went to different villages in, Kerala, Tamil Nadu, Orissa, and I saw people transform. And that was just incredible. Now, the pandemic has actually pushed a lot of them back into poverty. What hinged on that, transformation was the fact that a lot of women had started working. They formed self-help groups. They had started to save money. So actually, I've never really felt discouraged, but I have seen the window of opportunity and hope. I've seen that, and you want to change things faster, but you certainly shouldn't think, okay, nothing is happening, because things do happen and there is change, and people want to lift themselves out of poverty.
I think that's a great input for all our students, because as you can understand from the way Gitanjali is speaking, she's so passionate about, having, I think the most important word here is hope. That if you want to do it, you can do it. And I'm really happy that today we are sharing her experience, because students understand that changes are happening. And I'm really happy to hear that, of course there are changes in, different countries in the world, but I'm really happy that India is changing and is making such a lot of effort. And I personally can vouch for this. I know that Gitanjali used to be traveling in practically every small town, city, village in India, and do her work, and very passionately. So leading to the next question that Gatika has asked, I think she's a very, very passionate participant here. She's asking, what is the number one way, give me one way that we personally can make a substantial difference?
Okay, so the way in which we can make a difference is to basically know that you want to make a difference. Now, in what? I mean, if you're a doctor, you know that this is the path that you're committed to, you're going to make a difference there. If you're a student of psychology, what is your path? So the path has to be a logical one, right? It has to be based on your inner ability, your inner voice, your ability to be able to do something. So for example, if you're studying psychology and you suddenly think you have an epiphany and you think you want to be an actor and you want to be a number one actor, good luck. I really don't know how to advise you. But if you think that you want to get, you want to start working in development and things like that, and that's the career path that you want to choose, that's actually quite noble. So to me, I think the most important thing that an individual can do right now is really care and be conscious about the environment, because I think that's the most important burning issue that is facing us today. And with the environment, you also have to take the society into consideration. So try and balance that out in your habits, in your personal sort of life. If you want to choose that as your career, there are many, many ways available, but make sure that you're equipped, you're studying the right subjects, you're doing the right kind of thing, exposing yourself to the right internships, and building the blocks towards a career. I hope that answers your question, but it's a very general question.
No, but it was perfectly, I think, very focused, that you take small steps, keep your focus very clear, select the right, internships, select the right subjects, and that is what I tell all my students, that don't just wander around, do 20 things. You don't have to be a master of everything, but try and put your hands in as much as you can, learn from your experiences. There's just one last question, and I think this is a very interesting question, Gitanjali. You have kind of answers it, but just once again, how does country relations and politics affect the education system in an underdeveloped country? A tricky question, but I think this is the last question.
No, it's not tricky at all. It's very straightforward, and I'm so glad somebody asked that. I think politics is everything, and so Afghanistan, the country that I really love, and I think it's one of the most beautiful countries on this planet. It's completely riddled by its geopolitics. The fact that it has as its neighbors Pakistan, the former Soviet Union, China, Iran, and so on, has made it the focus point for conflict for centuries, and it has never known peace. And because it has never known peace and stability, it has not known development. I mean, and if you look at how women are treated and gender relations and poverty and so on, it's all because it is this hot, contested area between all these important countries. On top of that, it's landlocked. So it's got a lot of geopolitical disadvantages, and I think that has influenced everything that is going wrong with the country today. And all Afghans will tell you that we are cursed by our geography. Meghna, if you will remember, our favorite teacher, Mrs. Chinoy, actually brought in this very important thing of geography into our politics and into our understanding of what was going on in the world, right? So I think that's a very important question. Just to answer the same question very quickly for India, we are also actually hampered by our politics to a large extent. Why is it? We're a very rich country. We have a lot of public resources. In fact, we pay one of the largest taxes in the world for a developing country. The income tax level is very high in Switzerland. It's only 27%, in fact, even less for me. So you can imagine. So the thing is, why is the public funding not going into education? Why is there so little investment in health? We have to ask those kind of questions, because what is more important for us is actually to invest in health and education and other social needs, social protection needs, than on defense, for example. But we claim that we have India, China, and Pakistan. so those are all political questions. And I think when you start working in development, then you start to address those questions, ask those questions, and you find the answers. You know why your country is acting in a certain way. It may not be the right way.
Great input. Great. I think that was a bang-on question with a bang-on answer. So students, we have such an excellent, knowledgeable global inputs to world literacy, and I think one of the most apt speakers for the day, because she's given us a perspective to literacy from the Indian perspective and of course from the global perspective. Thank you very much, Gitanjali, for taking time out and being with us on a Sunday morning. And we really, really enjoyed your inputs, and I'm sure you've given us a lot of take-home message that, for our students, how we can contribute, how we can question, and we can be more focused towards contributing to the development of our country, especially, like you mentioned, the mental health sector, the health sector, and the education sector. So thank you once again on my behalf and Department of Psychology, RD National College. Over to you, Kritika.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Although everyone is aware of the gender inequality that yet manages to persist in the society, looking at it from a different perspective truly opened our eyes. Literacy is one tool, as you said, that can take the human race forward. You gave us an insight on how students, especially girls, face hardships and are victims of layers and layers of marginalization. This not only makes us thankful for the opportunities we have, but also drives us to bring everyone along with us on a level playing ground. Indeed, communities have the power to fill the gaps left by our governments, and we students realize our vital role in the same. We hold your words in high regard, and we truly appreciate the time taken by you to enlighten us with your knowledge. I now invite Rida Merchant to take over and introduce our next segment. Over to you, Rida.
Thank you so much, Gitanjali. Thank you once again. Over to you, Rida.
Thank you, Kritika. I would now like to start this segment with an amazing quote. It is not beyond our power to create a world in which all children have access to a good education. Now we know it was Nelson Mandela and not our next speaker who said this, but through her admirable personality and unwavering strength and determination, Dr. Neetu Alru truly managed to stand by his words. She had the power to transform a future she had envisioned into reality and achieved something that was a mere dream for many. A firm believer of inclusion, equality and empowerment as crucial prerequisites of a highly metamorphosed society. She is the founder, chairperson of ADAPT, Able Disable All People Together, in order to care for people with neuromuscular and developmental disabilities. She has a foundation to her name with the intention to create an inclusive village model in Maharashtra. A feminist icon and an inspiration to all. She is phenomenal, she is graceful. A Padma Shri awardee and an extremely compassionate and humble educator. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming our very next speaker for the day, Dr. Meetu Alur.
A
Over to you,
very,
ma'am.
very warm welcome, Dr. Meetu Alur, and I think all of us can give you our, namaste for taking time out and joining us for this program today. Being a Padma Shri ma'am and being completely involved with inclusive education for over so many years. I have personally been involved with your institution. All my students present here have been involved with ADAPT over the last 10 years, and we know your vision, the kind of hard work you have put in to include special children with development disorders into getting educated. I think you're an icon when it comes to literacy and charity. Thank you so much for taking time out and being with us, ma'am. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you so much. I'm not sure if I'm deserving of all this praise, Meghna, but let me just say, respected principal who began the idea, and of course, Meghna, who has been associated with the organization, eminent speakers. I just heard Gitanjali, and I'm really quite nervous, whether I'll really come up to her level or not. It was fantastic hearing her. And all our students, because it is because of you that I have actually come, because over the years, 10 years, you have been involved, and it answers a lot of questions that Gitanjali raised about how you can get yourself involved. You have been involved in the whole movement, which is not only limited, I must say, to disability. But let me just say that I'll divide the paper off into 4 bits. One will be what was the reason or the raison for me to really join this movement, and secondly, what was the situation like historically in India, and what did we do really to overcome the obstacles, and what is the kind of ideological framework that can drive everyone, and that includes all of you in this journey too. So, but many congratulations to the National College for putting a focus on this most neglected and the most less budgeted area, that is literacy education. And I actually, let's just go to the first, the bit, the raison. And since I've been in the field for 50 years, I'm probably a grandmother to everyone here. The fact is that I find that people are just not conscious of the poor, that there's a definite division between the affluent and the rich. And those are attitudinal changes that any one of you who are thinkers, etc., can drive the force. And my raison was essentially a little bit selfish, I think, because a baby was born to me, and I'm also from Kolkata, and and she was disabled, and I'd had absolutely no contact with disability at all, and neither had my husband, who was only 24 and I was 22. And so we didn't know what to do. And we went from pillar to post. And the message we got was, oh, nothing can be really done. And everyone said nothing can be done. And that's really devastating when you're so young. And also the fact that they said, oh, brain damage is irreversible, and really she'll be a vegetable even when she's 5. I mean, she'll be like a 5-year-old when she's an adult. But the great thing was that, I'll just have a bit of water. We were very, well, we came from privilege and illustrious family in Kolkata. So we said, oh, we're not going to take their word, for it, and we will go abroad. So we had the privilege to go come abroad, and we saw that that there was so much happening. And in fact, the person who was called a vegetable, Malini, was assessed as 130 plus IQ. And as you know now, maybe you don't know now, that she got 2 double masters from university in London. And one was on gender studies. And in fact, next time, Meghna, you would quite like hearing them. Though they speak differently, but they'll have some lovely thoughts to exchange with you. And now she's in Tata Sons and doing extremely well. So much for what India thought and what the best doctors did. And because I saw that alternatively in the world, globally, a lot was happening. And I had the privilege. I thought that let me go back after 7 years to see what was happening in India now. And again now, after 7 years, they said, oh, but why do you want to waste your time? And, it's a degree program is a useless program. It's something which was told to me by the Vice Chancellor. So, it was devastatingly depressing. And I think I turned to my own family and friends, and we thought that we must begin a small school for people who are not so privileged. And that was really the NASN, the way the Spastic Society, which was then called Spastic Society, began. And with all the blessings of government stopped people, although I'm not a politician and I don't believe in just one religion. So I just want to say that this was the first school. This was innovative and maybe not absolutely original because it existed in the West, but it was the first school in the country and the first model. Now, what did we provide? We provided education and treatment under one roof. Instead of the child going from hospital to hospital, it just came to me. And then we had education all on the same floor in the same building. Besides that, coming from Calcutta also, culturally very rich, we added music, art and crafts, dancing, etc., extracurricular activities. So talking about books, it would be nice for you to actually have it here in London. It's a book called A Birth That Changed a Nation. And it will be something quite interesting for students to just look through or have it in your libraries. You can certainly go to ours and have a look. And So that was the combination of everything for children. Now, did the children come from affluent backgrounds? No. We went straight for impoverished, needy, helpless children in the slums and you know that 60% of your city has slums, and my city actually. So a large number came in, and there were many who needed special attention because they had learning problems. And it was really more called compensatory education because it was dealing with children who were educationally retarded. So I don't like the word retarded, but undeveloped. So, and then we demolished the myth that nothing can be done about it because straight away, being exposed to the right thing, the children flourished immensely, and you will be pleased to hear that many have gone into regular schools and also into employment. Inclusive employment is what I'm really actually working on now, because obviously coming from impoverished backgrounds, that's the first thing you want to do, is what are the skills you're giving the children who will later on have employment. So the first thing that one had to do was really create models. So we demonstrated models of inclusion. But before that, we started with special ed because nothing was known, as I'm telling you, about cerebral palsy. They said, are you talking about plastics? Or nothing can be done. So this is it. I mean, spastic is a jargon term, and now nobody uses it. So we say able, disabled, all people together, something Malini coined. But they actually said, the health minister, that are you talking about plastics? So it is from the plastic days that one had to make India literate. So first of all, it is literacy of the top policymakers. I mean, you can't just be an NGO and develop internally. That is wrong. So that's where you students will come in beautifully because you are the leaders of tomorrow. You are the ones who will have the answer, that you just don't do micro level. You just get out of your classrooms, get out of your colleges. You get into the community. Community is exciting because that's where you meet so many different types of and cadres of people. And also that's where psychology comes in a big way. So you don't reject people who are different, or you're not intolerant about them. You have learned better. You have psychology there, and you know that even the poorest child can be absolutely brilliant. So that's, you've got the right subject too, you see. But the main thing is to leave that micro, get onto the meso. And meso is a community, so you leave your micro classroom levels into the community level and on to the macro level, that's the national scene. So initially it was people who were closely knit to me, who liked the model and understood the philosophy, etc. And so it spread. And you'll be pleased to know that within the first 16 years, we had touched 28 states. So no one was going to say, what is a spastic? Is it plastic? You know, there was ample, and we didn't only, because many of you may be interested in media, you see. So we went for the media, and so we were very much in the news. You would really have to have your head in a bucket of sand if you didn't hear about the spastic society. So we had actually then become visible. We had started breaking literacy barriers. But also remember the cadre of people we went for. We went straight for the policymakers. It is not, Gitanjali did make a point where I learned at London School of Economics, that it's not only just yourselves and your faculty. very much your work will depend on politics. So you definitely do have to get in touch with your local MLAs, with your local MPs, with your state level directors and the policymakers in Delhi. So that was the macro level change that one went to. But what was very important, because change can take place, is to demonstrate. So you demonstrated what can be done through proper psychological assessments. And then the psychologist was the leader, because the psychologist led the person on to the huge team that was working. So it was a model called a transdisciplinary team, an interdisciplinary team. So you didn't have separate psychology department or anything. It's psychologist, social worker, teacher, special ed, therapist, all paramedical. Doctors came. I mean, we didn't have to all go to the doctors. The doctors flew in. And of course, being a parent, again, selfish reasons, I made the parent the most important person in the team. So you got a key resource person, like a parent. And as a psychologist, you can go straight on to the parent and ask, are you getting enough help? I mean, I have a social audit research where we go straight to parents and we ask them, and it's blind. The parents don't have to actually write their names or anything. And are you meeting the staff enough? Are there home visits? Have you learned more? And so parents became your partners. So ours is a huge, big parents in partnership project, transdisciplinary. So as long as people know how to work together and get rid of that I am so and so, it's quite a spiritual exercise. That is what is exciting, is that you get rid of all these I's, and the egos, and you work with a team and you learn. So as Meghna said, that you're a college that's learning all the time. And that's what's so exciting. So with this demonstration came pedagogy, because nobody knew about it. So we started national level, teacher training, therapist training, social work training, psychology training, which is something which we can easily, definitely set up for the National College. Because we had to then abandon that and decentralize it. So we worked on the 3 Ds, that decentralize, deinstitutionalize by going into the community, and demystify the 3 Ds, and it needed the 3 Rs, which I produced, and that is retraining your professionals into understanding that people are coming from different backgrounds. They're not as privileged as you. So you have to actually get down to their level. So you must relocate yourself. You can't have beautiful buildings like the National College. I haven't been there. Remind me to go there. Or the spastic societies. You go into the slums. You go into the poorest areas of your country. You see how people are living. You see, thank God, I'm not living like that. I have shelter, I have privilege. And you get out there to serve. So then with the macro level, this really attracted your policymakers in Delhi, which allowed me to get into various committees. And then I had to keep pace with what was going on internationally. The current orthodoxy is not a medical model of labeling people, etc. You must have also read in psychology or learning that it is not done to categorize or label, etc. Give us a broader aspect and perspective of what are the difficulties, and always say challenges, and always put a question mark that you're inferring something. You're not actually saying that this is it, So this is something that you're presuming, question mark, inferring, question mark. And, and therefore, you're sort of putting them in a little group, but not labeling that this is a autistic child, this is a dyslexic child, this is a person with mental health. We all have mental health problems, everyone. It's not something to feel ashamed about. It is for you to make it, make people understand that mental health is okay. People go up and down. And, you know, you don't really say, oh, she's mad. So it's all, I mean, it's all on you, in your hands, you know. So the demonstration to the policy makers and to politicians became quite vital. And there I was quite interested, but I had a very good person as a patron. The patron was none other than the glamorous Nargis Dutt, star of India, you know. So that sort of pulled it out that, oh, disability, it just means vagrancy, it just means the poor, it's not anything to do with us, etc. So somehow the glamour was vastly important for us, because we said that we are exactly people like them, and we don't have to get rid of our glamour, etc., and have a little satchel, you know, like a social worker. We're not social workers. We're in the development sector. We're in the social sector, which involves 70% of your country, or make it 60% of your country. So everyone needs to really get into that sector. And how you have started, you've taken the lead. You have gone into a college, and we can, with Meghna and the principal, we can make it even much stronger by us actually coming there as partners for you all. I want to, because basically I'm an educationist, and I did my doctorate in LSE. So I like to be on the ground level. I love teaching, you know. So in fact, I forgot to congratulate all the teachers, Meghna and everybody of the faculty, not just psychology, but all other faculties, for being a teacher. And I think of the bigger gurus, the big names that I have been influenced by, like Vivekanand, coming from India, Aurobindo, Rabindranath Tagore, of course, and then really Chidananda, Chinmananda, and so on, so forth. But after that, it was what was happening abroad. Abroad, it was something new that came up. It's called the social model. No longer medical model of labeling and categorizing, are not wanted there. They're not wanted as some clinical psychologist or I'm doing counseling. You never say counseling. I mean, you just get rid of that word and you just say, we're discussing, we're talking, and we're listening to both our difficulties and challenges. And then you weave that in, you know, cleverly. So all those nomenclatures and words, everything has changed now internationally, and it's a social model. It's not something within the person and that person is pathologized as a dysfunctioning person, not at all. It's without, it's outside the person, it's society. Societal, that's where again you come in, because the main thing is not accessibility does not mean, oh, ramps and toilets are there. No, not at all. Ramps, toilets, every single common space, the foyers where people meet for lunch, or the bars over here, everything is open to students who can walk and who cannot walk, who cannot move, who can speak, but who cannot speak in your way, and who cannot hear, but who can hear as well. So it's all together. It's much more homogeneous. It's much more indigenous. And inclusion and the literacy of inclusion depends on you. It's your heart. Are you a tolerant person? And it brings out your best values of love, compassion, etc. We heard the speaker before me speak about all that. But that is all I found in abundance in India. They may not know about the details of disability and what to do in the classroom with dyslexia, but they certainly had heart. So that's something that may have actually drawn the National College there, because they saw how the teachers, etc., reached out. You know, we talked about passion. What kind of passion? It's not easy. It's not easy to constantly be emotionally giving. It's really difficult, and it's a 9 to 5 job, and then you go home and take care of it, and you're back again in the morning. You know, so and the great thing about our work is that you're thinking about it all the time. So I think that it really brings us from the physical plane to something that really has driven me, and that's the spiritual plane, is that you have gone beyond yourself. You have gone beyond your own needs. Because I was recently talking about independence, and what did we find in those leaders? I mean, what kind of values? It's worthwhile studying. Nobody was projecting themselves, you know, it was a cause. And here you have a cause that you can get diffused with, you know, you can get lost in, but it touches on the basic core values of yourself, of giving, of service to humanity. So really coming to the last bit, because I'd love to talk to you all, is the ideology and the philosophy that drove me was basically humanity. I hated the way children were being treated in this country. And so I said, and then I came from a family that liked change, and all my uncles and aunts, and they were all into change, gender change, various changes, you know, even now they are. So change had to be done, no question about it. And then humanity must be there when you're reaching out, you know, so you humane. So I worked on 2 or 3 isms, humanism. So the book is dealing with professionalism, with care, with compassion. And it has attracted 2 of our leading doctors in this country as presidents. We have President Udvadia, Farooq Udvadia, Dr. Shamiran Nandi from Delhi as our presidents now. And it's in we have got IRB, where National College with their research are invited to become members. That's the Institutional Review Board set on the lines of Harvard. So basically, although it was a compassionate core value, it became and has become the main knowledge center of this country. And it became academic, and many papers, peer-reviewed, published, etc., many students. So it was scientific. So it was professionalism with care, humanism. Science was added. It is, I'm the biggest beggar in town, social entrepreneurship and collecting money, you know. So collecting, you cannot have a vision. I totally agree with the previous speakers that you have to have money for your vision, and you must not feel ashamed to do that. Get the money from the rich and give it to the poor. It is Victorianism, I know, but that's the only one. Ask not what the country can do for you. Ask what you can do for the country. So those are some of the values that one put in as social entrepreneurs, you know. And then I believed in federalism, because girls, I don't think one should just internalize and say, I did this and that. So you decentralize and let them say they did it, and let them also, many of them much more creative than us. much better. But main thing was children were being served. The youth were being served. Parents were being put together closely, and what you want to need, a psychological term, were counseled with care, love, humanism, that we are there. We are there to serve you in a professional manner. So you brought in spiritualism or whatever you want to call it, and the most important thing is you became, or you can become, a patriot for the good of your country, not for the good of yourself, because the moral fabric has changed completely. It's all self-individualization, self-aggrandizement, how I can promote myself, etc. So you're all thinking that, what shall we do, which field, etc. A field which allows you to develop and support causes where you can get lost. You can be just a cog in the wheel. How does it matter? But don't work for power. Don't work for prestige, and don't work for money. Because, I was reading Shakespeare's, Spain's Shakespeare, called Cervantes. I'm sure this is a learned crowd. And he said that he who loses wealth loses nothing. He who loses courage loses everything. So courage is all. And the main thing is patriotism. That's how you serve India. In your own way, in your small way. It will happen. It became like that, the story. It has become now a movement, an academic organization, and it's helped more than 1 million. So I have perfect courage in all students and perfect courage in all the teaching faculty of our country, that they will reach out to the students in a proper way, out of their syllabus, out of their curriculum, into the moral fabric of a person, of a student, and try and build India on the bedrock of social justice, human rights. We have come away a lot from our great forefathers during independence time. Bring them back. Because whatever other people have, you're the greatest. Nothing is better than India and the culture and the values.
I think, ma'am, a huge round of applause on this, because each of your words are coming in straight from your heart. Students, I think everyone, camera on, and a huge round of applause for words like courage. This is India, this is our country. You can do it. Do it out of your syllabus. Do it with the passion that Dr. Neetu Alur ma'am is, you can understand from her words the kind of dedication she has. And I love what you said, ma'am. Don't do it for power, don't do it for money, do it for the cause. You need to believe in it. And ma'am, I must tell you, I also absolutely agree with your line that take it from the rich and give it to the needy, because that is very important. And ma'am, I must tell you, we have excellent supporters for our talk today. This literacy program could not have gone through without our supporters, who are going to be felicitated at the end of the day. They have contributed for the books, pencils, masks, sanitizers to more than 2,200 children, needy children in Mumbai. And I think a huge round of applause to our students who have managed to reach out to these supporters, and relentlessly they have managed to convince them that it's a small cause, but this is literacy and this is charity. Like Malala ma'am said, one book, one pen, and for the need of the time, the mask and the sanitizers. Needless to say that our students have been involved not just with ADAPT, but they've been involved with Jyotirmay, with Dilkhush School, with Aditya, Aditya School, which is over a period of nearly 10 years now. And ma'am, they are not doing this again for any extra marks. They just do it because it's a feeling, to reach out to the community. They learn from their interaction. It's not a part of their syllabus. It's just that they really believe in the cause. So I think every sentence you spoke is, put in practical here, and we really appreciate, ma'am. I can see more than 10 questions right now already in the chat box. If you permit, can we take a couple of them, please?
Yes, please. I
Yeah.
want to hear their minds. Yeah.
So, ma'am, of course, there is a salutation, ma'am, for you. They've written a wonderful and excellent resource person, Dr. Nitu Alur, for her endeavors in the field of special education and her work. Ma'am, there's a question from a student. What was your first win that made you confident that you were doing the right thing?
It was a student who had come to me when she was 12, and she had not actually been educated at all. And yet her intellectual assessments showed that she was positively 120. I mean, she was above average. And she had a bright, sparkling face and very beautiful. And so I thought that she should be in standard 4, you see, if she was keeping up with our syllabus. And so I took her up myself, and I used a because she was very severe and was not able to type on the usual typewriter. So I got her a very large keyboard, and I started talking. And she was not used to people talking to her, because you always get very embarrassed and you don't talk to people who cannot talk. I mean, we find that with Malini, etc. So it's just called sympathetic hearing and listening. So I think that was one of my first, and you'll be glad to know. And I noticed that you had someone from Berkeley, and I really would love Meghna if she would link me up with him, and of course Gitanjali. But she was the first, and guess what? She's in Berkeley, and she was India's first PhD in Foucault and Derrida. So that was my first, and then there were many others who came at the age of 4 at the right time, and he is now in Reliance. So the thing is that if you start them early with very little modification, I hope I'm answering the question, it is possible to see performance. But be hard with yourself, be relentless, be self-critical. Don't think you're criticizing yourself. Differ between critiquing yourself and being criticizing yourself. Critique yourself relentlessly, and you will see that you will look at performance and outcome in different indicators, not just I'm doing this work and I'm doing it well. So I hope that answers the question.
Absolutely, ma'am. Absolutely, ma'am. Ma'am, I would like to share, since you mentioned Adit Roy Chaudhary's name, his younger brother is Ahan Roy Chaudhary, and he is also in Singapore, and he's associated with ADAPT. On every weekend, he trains your students online in maths. He is very good and passionate with maths and economics, and that is where Amina ma'am and Rekha ma'am got him a couple of students with their parents, and he teaches very passionate, giving them homework, correcting them, and this is going on for the last 6 months. So both the brothers are completely, I mean, it worked well because it was online, but virtually they have connected with your school, and it will be an excellent opportunity for them to work on further projects. And we do have some more questions, ma'am, but we do have other speakers. So I would like
Thank
to
you for all the time you gave.
Thank you so much for taking time out. I think a huge round of applause again. It's early 8 a.m. in London, and ma'am has very kindly, on a Sunday morning, taken time out to share. I have met Dr. Mitu ma'am in a couple of women program in your school, where we had talks on Women's Day, etc. But this is one of the first opportunities we met on a platform. So looking forward for many more interactions and great work to do with your organization, and I can assure you that our students from the psychology department are completely committed to the cause. I can assure you this is a passion with which they work, and we would like to continue our association. So thank you from my side. Over to you, Kritika.
Thank you so much, Meghna.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Firstly, I would like to mention that I am in absolute awe with the way you spoke with such grace and poise, and your perseverance towards something that had so many hurdles and dead ends on the way teaches us how we can make a difference. And without a doubt, your message and journey has truly captivated and inspired us, not only to be better individuals, but also opened our eyes to the fact that in the field of education, everyone needs to stand on an equal ground. Otherwise, as a society, we have truly failed ourselves. We will do our best to make the future a brighter place for every soul on this planet. Thank you so much.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Now, in order
Thanks
to
so much, Meghna, and thank you, and congratulations. It's all our literacy day, so very many congratulations to National College and all the students. And
Thank you
Meghna
so
especially.
much.
Yeah.
Thank you, ma'am. Students, can we have the video on for charity? We already have our next speaker on, Advocate Nirmala Prabhalkar ma'am, another very, very reputed, esteemed speaker. But Nirmala ma'am, we want to dedicate this video. Our next segment of the event is charity program, and we do want to play the video that we have, our students have made. So over to you, Katika. Can we please have the video, the charity video?
शामें मलंग सी रातें सुरंग सी बागी उड़ान पे ही ना जाने क्यों इलाही मेरा जी आए आए इलाही मेरा जी आए आए कल पे सवाल है जीना फिलहाल है खाना बदोशियों पे ही जाने क्यों इलाही मेरा जी आए आए इलाही मेरा जी आए आए सूरज की बाहों में अब है ये जिंदगी किरणें हैं सांसों में बातों में रोशनी सूरज की बाहों में अब है ये जिंदगी किरणें हैं सांसों में बातों में रोशनी जो ही बदली दिल की ताल है आहा यूं ही आया एक ख्याल है आहा पाते हमें जिंदगी एक बार क्यों न करे खुल के हम इसका प्यार जाने किसका है हमें इंतजार कि जिंदगी यही है और यही जो भी कल तक बस आरज़ू आहा वो ही पा गए हैं मैं और तू आहा थामे हम हाथों में यूं ही हाथ शहर दिन घूमेंगे साथ साथ सारे सारे दिन सारी सारी रात बरस रही है एक खुशी हर कहीं.
Thank you, Gatika. Over to you to introduce Nirmala ma'am.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Good afternoon to one and all. We're now moving towards one of the most awaited part of this event, and we have another set of incredibly renowned guests and speakers with us here today. I would like to introduce this segment by a quote said by Gautam Buddha. He said that if you knew what I know about the power of giving, you would not let a single meal pass without sharing it in some way. Growing up, we have heard countless accounts of selfless and generous humanitarian efforts of people going above and beyond to help. Among the countless philanthropists that served humanity, one of them stood tall amongst all, dedicating her entire life for the empowerment of homeless and disadvantaged. Mother Teresa is now the patron of charitable work. Hence, the day 5th September was chosen by the United Nations to honor the demise of Mother Teresa, who was awarded with the Nobel Peace Prize in 1979 for her incredible efforts performed in the struggle to alleviate poverty and distress, both of which pose a serious threat to peace. The International Day of Charity is thus a day to stand in solidarity and recognize that eradicating poverty in all its forms and dimensions, including extreme poverty, is the greatest global challenge and an indispensable requirement for sustainable development. Let us begin this event by recognizing a very important part of the society that commonly go unnoticed. We all know that purest form of love that ever exists is between a grandparent and their beloved grandchild. Grandparents are indeed the ones that make us who we are and must be cherished and valued. In fact, the time spent with an elderly is said to be the most profound experience, as we get a glimpse of not only what the past was like, but also what the future can be. Recognizing and valuing the contributions of our elders is critical to any society's long-term success. The desire to leave your imprint does not fade away as one ages. They have done their part. Now it is up to us that we acknowledge it. The next segment, Helping the Generation That Helped Us, says it all. It's time to take over and by the baton passed by the previous generation, with them alongside us, guiding and supporting to create a future envisioned by us. As we have all seen in this video, there is no better person than our inaugurator, Advocate Nirmala Samant ma'am, to inaugurate our session for the International Day of Charity, as she herself is someone who carries this philosophy with grace and poise. The Chief Functionary of Regional Resource and Training Center under the Center for Study of Social Change. She is a part of National Commission for Women and is known for her exceptional service to the geriatric population. With an umpteen amount of goodwill and selflessness, she has done tremendous work for the prosperity and protection of marginalized sections of the society. We're extremely honored to have you here with us today, ma'am. Over to you.
Ma'am, before we start, I would like every student to give ma'am a huge round. If you could give ma'am a standing ovation, but a huge round of applause. Please keep your cameras on. A namaste from our side, ma'am, to you. And thank you so much. It's an honor to have you with us today afternoon. Thank you, ma'am. Over to you.
Yeah, my mic is on and you can hear me, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Because of COVID, we, the senior citizens, learned the new technology, online webinars and all that. So that is making us very comfortable. But sometimes there's a fear of, single-handedly, joining the webinar, mera like online mein rahungi, nahi rahungi. That kind of tension is always there. And I'm very happy that this technology has made us a little bit comfortable and to join all of you on this very, very important day. Women's Indian Chamber of Commerce and Industry is holding this webinar, and Madam Meghna Basu is a state president of this chapter. So I first of all thank you, ma'am, for giving this important opportunity and interaction to, connect with such a wonderful international seminar, which is, it is called an International Charity Day. Okay, and also incidentally, it is a Teachers' Day also. So it is a best combination that teachers are there, students are there, and all over India or internationally, students are have logged for this seminar. So I give my blessings to all the students, and I seek blessings those who are senior to me and have been on this platform, and my good wishes to all the teachers and the young teachers and the senior teachers and all that. That today is been a Teachers' Day. It's a very good combination. This topic which has been given to me is helping the generations, helping the generation that helped us. This itself shows, as the moderator has begun her topic, that senior citizens themselves are the brand ambassador, and each senior citizen by himself or herself is a brand, because so many years they live. So they live with achieving so much of experience, and experience come more from failures and defeats. All the days were not happy for them. Happiness is, of course, it depends how you take every incident, as whether you want to be happy or not to be happy, it is in your hand. But the struggle, the defeat, and taking the events and the life in a very positive way, and they have lived so much. There's so much older is the elder adult, is so much having the knowledge, the exposure, the experience which young generation need to understand and learn from them. And that's why this topic is very, very dear to my heart. Now, there are donors are also who are there, and because of their charity, this program is happening. So I also thank the donors who are there, and they have helped this webinar to happen. So now let us see that first of all, because I am a lawyer basically, and my expertise may be in a legal field, and a professor of law. And nowadays, because of 8 to 10 years of experience in older adult, I'm trying to gain more and more knowledge about it. But I'm not very well versed with the definition of in Sanskrit and charity and all that. So in my own way, my own interpretations, I'm going to share with you. Charity, जिसको हम दान कहते हैं हिंदी में या तो मराठी में, to give दान, okay? But what I feel that, and it is sometimes people think, "Arey, we daan hai," but that is very, very important. It should not be taken like somebody's, giving. But on the contrary, yeah, daan should be treated as a yoga daan. Okay, the charity. I can say that charity need not be financial only. Charity should be taken in a very larger context. Now, the teachers who are giving us yoga daan and daan of knowledge is also charity. They may be paid for that. It doesn't matter, but that is for the survival. But apart from that, they have the hobby, they have a passion to teach. That is why they are actually students are getting yoga daan and daan of the knowledge that should be taken. And if you see our ancient history, our ancient mythology, our ancient scriptures, and if you see Vedanta and all that, the importance of daan and yoga daan is tremendous. And that is from those days as of today. I think that the whole universe and the whole world is existing only on yoga daan and daan. Okay, so that should not be taken like a financial help or anything like that. I'll tell you that those who have become very big personalities from beginning as of today, pre-independence, we are talking about 75 years of India's Amrit Mahotsav. But if you even take 100 years of history, you will find that those who are the big leaders who led Indian freedom fight, or those who got our independence, or those, they were also given some kind of a daan and yoga daan by some good donors, because they understood the passion and the click in the student. They understood that yes, ये student को कुछ आगे जाना है, ये student में वो capacity है. And many kings, queens, and we have a huge heritage. They have supported. Even Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar was supported to go abroad and seek education. And when he, on a charity, he went abroad and sought the education. Again, that's a greatness. His greatness that he did not stay there. He utilized that charity so well for the purpose it was given. So charity has to be also correlated with the purpose for which it is given. वो मुझे अकेला बड़ा बनने के लिए नहीं है. योगदान जो है वो हमारे समाज के लिए भी होना चाहिए. And he returned back and he saw to it that he gives that kind of a charity and yogadan by way of Indian Constitution to all of us. So charity has to be taken in a very large, not only supply of material or giving thing, but it is giving back to the society. And we have been watching this giving back to the society, because no man can become millionaire or billionaire, or no, what should I say, multinational companies can become millionaires, billionaire, whatever worth they are today, unless and until each one, a human being, has contributed to it. And therefore, even animals have contributed, even the environment has contributed. So it should not be taken into limited use of human being, but the entire universe is contributing to the progress of one person or one nation or one entrepreneurship. So that way, if you see, and that's why giving back to the society. If I've done something, I'm there because of the society, and therefore it's my duty. It's not necessarily a duty, but I should within myself should feel. ड्यूटी भी अलग होती है. अगर मुझे ड्यूटी करना है, दैट इज नॉट इम्पॉर्टेंट, बट मैं एक्शन, ये मेरी अंदरूनी जिम्मेदारी है, मेरा ये ध्येय होना चाहिए. इट आई शुड फील that no, today whatever I am become, but at an appropriate stage I'll keep in mind that here is a time to give back to the society. I'm not saying you become student and immediately give back to the society. Your first duty is to take care of yourself, to take care of your families, to take care of your dependents. But after that, kahin na kahin back mind में एक जज्बा होना चाहिए कि here now I'm seeking for an opportunity to give back to the society. Agar if you don't give back to the society, then you are not a real human being. Then you are a selfish person. And therefore, charity and yogdan and dan has a great relevance and great importance in our religion, in our scriptures, in our, what should I say, mythology, as well as it's a humanity. The girls very rightly said, it's a human nature, it's a humanity. So it's a action, it's a karma of doing something. That's why we call in Bhagavad Gita karma yoga. Working from 10 to 5 is not a karma, that is your action. But after that, doing something out of passion and doing something for the society is real karma. And because of this karma only, the whole universe was remaining, is remaining, and will remain. And this kind of a passion for charity, this kind of passion for dan and yogadan is, I think, a part of every good human being. Every good human being has this kind of mental approach, and that takes time to manifest it at the appropriate rate. So just wait for that is manifestation at the appropriate time. And I think this is very good that that's what we do charity. Now I'm coming back to my topic, like older generation. हमारे लोगों बुजुर्गों ने हमारे लिए कोई प्रॉपर्टी छोड़ा है, कुछ वेल्थ छोड़ा है. दिस इज नॉट कुछ मेनी चिल्ड्रन से कि हमारे माँ बाप ने तो हमको कुछ भी नहीं दिया है, हमारे माता पिता ने हमारे लिए कुछ भी नहीं छोड़ा है. बट माता पिता ने आपको एक अच्छे संस्कार दिए हैं, माता पिता ने आपको इस धरती पे आने का जो एक अच्छा वातावरण दिया है. I think that is more than sufficient for you to acknowledge the older generation's contribution to the next generation and next generation. When I was sorry to say that I didn't want to say this, when I was a mayor of Mumbai, so when I saw that, when started studying Mumbai from different concepts, I said I became a first citizen of this Mumbai city. मेरा योगदान क्या है उसमें? What is my own? Nothing. But therefore, at least if I have not done thing, okay, I'm giving some kind of a services to the humanity. That's a single drop of my contribution to the nation, or I mean to the city. But when I saw that so many hospitals are were built in 100 years, 200 years, 300 years. वो तो charity थी. You go to so many art galleries, you go to so many college, even RD National College. ये जो ये है संस्था है, संस्था पर इन्होंने कितनी बड़ी charity की. Today RD National College and it has become a university and it has become तो वो charity से हुआ. अगर वो नहीं चाहते तो today we wouldn't have been so many institutions. Okay, and then if you see so many hospitals are there in Mumbai, so many I should say people were not having woods to burn the dead bodies. So some people have created crematoriums and what should I say, burial places, and even that was a charity because poor person dies also doesn't know how to dispose of the body. For those days also some people created out of charity. That is very, very important work towards humanity. When I go to see many nice monuments, heritage buildings, it was built of charity only. The charity is Mahabharata also, if you see the student, there is famous this one of Karna and so the student who saw this one. I mean, those days the only upper caste were allowed to take education. But after the down the line, even everybody was allowed to take education. So this kind of a charitable approach is the base of progress of the nation. Now I think enough I've said for the this one. Now let's come back to today's chapter. That is senior citizens in our country. If you know that Japan is slowly becoming is known in the world as a for senior citizen. The country belongs to senior citizens mostly. What are the reasons? That is different thing. But centenarian, to become centenarian is not a big thing. You must have read one small book where there is an island where 2,500 people are almost all centenarians only. Okay. Now coming back, how you will say it, how that Japan small island is you are connecting with our country. Our country is also going to follow the footsteps of Japan very soon. Today, when we talk about 100 and our honorable prime minister always refer that हमारे 130 करोड़ की आबादी है. Okay, that means we are 130 crores of people staying in India. And if you see, Mahatma Gandhi ji said कि हमारे 30 या तो 40 crores की 75 years back prior to independence वो हमारी आबादी थी. अगर 75 साल पहले 30 करोड़ की आबादी थी और 75 साल में हमारी अगर 100 crores ऐड हो गई है 100 crores, तो डेफिनेटली देयर मस्ट बी सम रीजन फॉर एडिंग ऑन द पॉपुलेशन. तो अगर 100 crores हमारे ऐड हो गए तो उसमें सीनियर सिटीजन्स कितने हो गए. एंड द वन ऑफ द reasons for this growing number of population is very good inventions in our medical science. Our science has made so much inventions and medicine, good improvement, good medicines, innovations, inventions have been brought in health sector, as a result of which people are living longer. People are not dying out of diseases. Okay, those days people were dying very fast because of the diseases, but because of the disease control, now there are medicines over cancer, there are medicines over heart, there are medicines over brain, there are medicines now. COVID also we are taking vaccination and all that, saving the humanity. So medical science has made revolution, in having a longer life. Now almost every Indian citizen after a few years is going to live minimum 85 to 90 years. If that person takes care of good mental and physical health, good nutrition, good exercise, no alcohol, no bad habit, definitely, and good mindset, positivity. If ये सब का combination होता है तो 85-90 years आराम से एक human being रहने वाला है. Then what will happen is that we have to look into, they should get a graceful, dignified life. Okay, so ये यहाँ पे हमारी charity begin होती है. It is our duty to see that जिन्होंने हमारे लिए इतना सब कुछ किया है, उन्होंने एक generation raise की है. Their own children they have raised, their children को children हो गए हैं. So it is our duty to see that योगदान, to see that their life becomes very peaceful, with respect, with dignity. And ये सारा हमें करना बहुत जरूरी है. ये क्यों नहीं हो रहा है, थोड़ी सी अगर मैं कहूंगी तो today we very soon we are going to become 20 crores of the population in India. Today आज हमारे 12 से 15 to 17%, 17 crores Indian adults हैं, Indian elder adults हैं. And in a few years, with this kind of a longevity and this kind of a medical innovations and good support, another few crores are going to be added. If 20 or 25 crores are going to be senior citizens, so challenges are equally more, because they are not, they need a lot of support. And guys or students, 70% of this population is in rural areas. They are not going to be in urban areas. हमारे देश की आबादी के majority population as of today is in rural area, and then most of them are poor. ये ज्यादा से ज्यादा लोग हैं वो गरीब तबके के हैं. हमारे यहाँ पे अगर affluent, sorry I'm taking another 5 minutes, please let me know when I should finish up. तो हमारे यहाँ पे
sorry ma'am, you have another 5 minutes ma'am.
Okay, I will conclude in 5 minutes. तो हमारी जो ज्यादा सो मुझे स्टूडेंट्स को ये बताना है कि हम लोग सिटी में रहते हैं. स्टूडेंट्स when you will become at the age of doing charity, please concentrate on those students, on those adults जो गरीब गांव में रहते हैं, गरीब तबके के हैं, उनको डिमेंशिया है, उनको पार्किंसन होता है, उनको अल्जाइमर होता है, उनको डिप्रेशन होता है, and slowly उनका degeneration होता है. But don't think that today's students are going to be tomorrow's same class of people. So बुढ़ापा इनमें किसी को time and tide waits for no man. So the age also doesn't wait for any person. So keep in mind that you will be doing charity, you will be doing this one for your tomorrow's future. And अगर इस तरह से जिंदगी को देखेंगे, अगर इस तरह से चैरिटी को देखेंगे, इस तरह से ह्यूमैनिटी एंड कंपैशन को देखे, if you manifest your actions, it will be wonderful. I think ये आज के दिन में मैं इतना ही कहूंगी कि बुजुर्गों की तरफ देखने का जो यंग जनरेशन का रवैया है उसको, I am not saying all, there are many young students, they feel very happy in the company of दादा दादी, नाना नानी, उनका अपब्रिंगिंग आप देखेंगे. और those who are brought in a single family, उनका अपब्रिंगिंग आप देखेंगे तो आपको बहुत डिफरेंस पता चलेगा. The children who are brought up in a joint family, the children who are brought up with a dada nana, they are much more generous, they are much more interested in sharing the people and caring. आज आप अमेरिका में अगर आप जाएंगे, then अमेरिका entirely अगर वो देखेंगे वो कल्चर को भी, call them very progressive countries, they are materially very rich. आज उनका जीडीपी रेट बहुत हाई है, हमारा कुछ भी जीडीपी रेट उस हिसाब से नहीं है. लेकिन इफ यू सी आवर कल्चर, आवर वैल्यूज, आवर फैमिली वैल्यूज, वी आर हायर इन जीडीपी देन द प्रोग्रेसिव नेशंस एंड रिच नेशंस. बिकॉज वहां पे 11-12 साल का लड़का लड़की होंगी तो दे गो आउट ऑफ द हाउस एंड दे स्टार्ट देयर ओन शुड आई से देयर ओन लाइफ. As a result of which घर में माता पिता को पता नहीं बच्चा बाहर क्या कर रहा है, एंटरटेनमेंट टीवी देखते हैं, सब करते हैं, फूड एंड ऑल दैट दे. As a result of it, the whole family system जो अंदर से बहुत बिखर गई है. तो ऐसे सिस्टम हमें नहीं चाहिए. Today India is in the world is applauded and has been appreciated because of her good youth. आप जो लड़के हैं ये पूरी अमेरिका वैली जो चलाते हैं, IT, all our Indian children are doing it. So I'm very proud that our children are doing a lot of progress for another nation. But at the same time, please bring your charity, please bring your yogdan to our country, to our parents, and to our nation as well as हमारे लोगों के लिए करने का जज्बा रखिए. I think that will be the best message of the day. Again, Meghna ma'am, I'm extremely thankful to you for giving me this wonderful opportunity to share my views. If something wrong has gone, I'm very sorry, but whatever मुझे लगा वो मैंने आपके साथ share किया है. Thank you very much.
Ma'am, you were perfect.
Declare this as inauguration.
Thank you so much, ma'am. You were perfect. सवाल ही नहीं होता है कुछ गलत जाने का. Ma'am, you are excellent, and I definitely want to give this input that I've grown up from my father's side with grandparents and great grandparents. Pardadi, who lived till she was 98 years old.
Yeah.
And from my husband's side, Aji Ajoba and Panji Panjoba for my son who are still living. So I completely understand your core input that it's nice to live in a nuclear family, but it's very different to be a part of family where there are grandparents. And I would urge all my students here, participants today, that it is very important that we understand that we are who we are because they have paved the way. And I can assure you, ma'am, that we will do our bit of charity wherever they are, in whichever part of the world they go for further studies and career. They will bring a message back to our country for our elders. Ma'am, because of lack of time, there are a lot of questions. I can see there are 9 or 10 questions in the chat box. But if you permit, ma'am, we will go to our next speaker because
Yes, ma'am. Yeah.
from our end there was
Yes.
little spillover. But thank
Yeah.
you so much. Over
Yeah.
to you, Takreem. Thank you so much for taking time out, Nirmala ma'am. Always a pleasure to have you, and always obliged that you take time out, and your inputs are so to the point, and it is very simply put that students need to work with the community. Thank you from on behalf of Department of Psychology, RD National College. Over to you, Takreem.
Thank you so much, ma'am. As said by ma'am, I think Nirmala ma'am's session was beautifully summarized by Meghna ma'am as well. And Nirmala ma'am, coming from students, we really thank you for your input and thank you so much for being here. We're truly privileged to hear you. I would now like to introduce I like to call my fellow classmate Armeen Lalani. Please introduce our first segment of the day for International Day of Charity. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Takreem. Who is a change maker? A change maker is someone who wants to make a positive difference in the world through sharing knowledge and resources. They persevere until their dream becomes a reality, and then they persevere some more. Change makers are the driving force behind societal progress. Everyone can and should become one. Our next segment talks about the importance of taking small steps to make a difference in today's world. It can get a little difficult. However, it is important to stand one's ground in order to accomplish greater things. Anyone can make a difference. It just takes the right attitudes and decisions. The Kotak Foundation is one such change maker. It was set up in the year 2007 with the intention of supporting children and youth from underprivileged families through different education-based interventions and skill training programs. With immense respect, I would like to invite Sir Thomas Addaikalam, Head Volunteer at Kotak Education Foundation. He is a result-oriented human resource strategist, learning and development advisor, educationist, and exceptional team leader and project manager with over 30 years of experience in human resources, teaching, and training, who is widely recognized for his successful projects in the non-governmental sector. A very warm welcome to a man of honor, respect, and high spirits. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. First of all, I like to applaud and congratulate all of you for having chosen to meaningfully celebrate today the International Charity Day. And I also would like to wish each and every teacher who is present here a very happy Teachers' Day. And I do believe each one of us is a teacher because we do teach and learn. And therefore, each one of us is teacher, and therefore each one of us can proudly celebrate today the Teachers' Day. Let me start with an insightful incident that I have read some time back. A man was searching for something he lost in a street under a lamppost. You know, there is a street light, and he was searching for something he lost. He was spending some time in searching for what he lost. A passerby stopped there and asked him, "What are you searching for?" And the man replied, "I lost my key, therefore I am searching." A very concerned passerby also joined in searching for the lost key, and he joined him in searching for the key. And both of them started searching. The time passed by, they couldn't find. Again, there was someone else came along and inquired what was the problem. What are they searching for? And he said, I am searching for my key, which I lost. That person to join. And time went by. There are several others who joined this man and started frantically searching for what he lost. But after an hour or so, not finding successful in finding the lost item, one of them asked, we are searching here for so long and we are not able to find. Can you tell me where you lost your key? Can you remember where you lost your key? And the man said, I lost my key in my house. Surprised at his answer, the man asked him, then why are you searching here under the lamppost while you have lost it somewhere else? And the man said, because there is more light here. You may be amused to hear an answer like this from a man, but our experience in life is something similar. What is the use of searching for God in temples, churches, and mosques when you have lost God in yourself? You need to search humanity there in yourself. I think this message is very apt today. We need to search for humanity that is matters most, because we do believe there we have lost in ourselves, in our families, in our communities, rather than the religious places. It is easy to find our comfort to go to the religious places. But truly, if we ask ourselves, we have lost humanity in ourselves. Therefore, it matters to search there where we have lost the humanity. Today, as we know, we are celebrating the International Charity Day, the death anniversary of Mother Teresa. And you will be very happy to know that I have met Mother Teresa personally and also visited the house where she lived. And when I looked at her, no words came out of my mouth, because I could see a radiance. I could see the holiness all around her. And I just looked at her and saw all that she did very, very unassuming way. And what she said, it really has remained with me even today. And that is the reason perhaps I am in the social sector or development sector. She said, love your neighbor and see God. And that is what she did. She saw God in the poor, in the needy, in the leper, the downtrodden. And for her to see God in those people and to serve those people is tremendous experience as a human being. And that she valued. And that is why United Nations has recognized her death anniversary as the International Charity Day. We have several examples of our own dear people
Has Sir lost connectivity?
when there was a torrential Great. Are you able to hear?
Yes, sir, we can hear you.
Dr. Meghna? Okay. So Kantatai was caught in the torrential rain, and because of the rain, if you remember, the manhole was removed and the water was going in full speed. And if you read about her, she stood there 7 hours in the pouring rain, warning the people not to come there. Believe me, she served humanity in the way she wanted, the best way she wanted. It starts from herself. It started from the word, the way that she wanted to do. And that is charity. That is service. You must have also heard about a couple in Malad, Malwani, who gave all their savings to build a school, to sustain the running of a school in the slums. They gave up everything what they had. They didn't think of their life ahead. And that is charity for you. And speaking of Kotak Education Foundation, the founder, Mr. Shivaji Dam, who quit his corporate life at the age of 50, and he wanted to serve the urban poor. And what he thought, the best way to do is through education. And where he wanted to make the change in the most backward wards, the M ward, as per the Human Development Index, he chose that geography to make the difference. He chose the vehicle of education as the means to bring about the change. And today, after 14 years, Kotak Education is proud to be associated with over 140 schools in Mumbai. And through various 10 activities covering and meaning for the direct beneficiaries are students, or indirectly benefiting them through various other stakeholders like principals, teachers, and parents, and through various other auxiliary or ancillary activities, we are able to bring about change today. These are examples we see where people believe that charity, service is very dear to their heart and mind. And that is charity for you. I can go on giving you number of examples to show what charity means. And I want to summarize these concepts or these ideas in my own way, those 5 or 6, what it means to be charity, to do charity or to do service. Charity for me is joy. Because if you ask me, anyone who comes to do this service, they find themselves so happy, so contented, so satisfied to serve. So for you, for anyone who wants to serve, charity is a matter of joy. Charity is love. As I said, anyone who is really want to serve the humanity to any section of life, whether it is students, elders, or anybody, charity should come out of genuine love. And you can be very sure anyone who serves does with love. Charity also is sacrifice. Tell me anyone who comes forward to serve, to do charity, comes with a lot of sacrifice. This sacrifice could be their time, their skill, their money. All these are sacrifices people make to show that the charity to humanity matters to them most. Charity is for parity. And if you understand, or if you go through the mission of Kotak Education Foundation, working in the urban slums, we have twin purpose or outcomes. The first is to raise these people above the poverty line. And the second most critical outcome is to make them lead a life of dignity. Therefore, you are not a donor who is sitting on top and giving, but you are bringing them to lead a life of dignity. Therefore, charity is an attempt for parity. Charity also is contagious. You ask yourself, the students who volunteer or professionals who volunteer, one of them after volunteering, they go back and tell their friends. It is like a contagious, it spreads all over. Therefore, when someone does a charitable work, it cannot be hidden. It has to be spread, and it will spread. And charity above all for me is change. Change brought out in life of people. Whatever you do, the change, the impact, the outcome that you see is the ultimate that we all want to do through our charity. So therefore, whatever we do, whatever small way we attempt by way of charity, remember, charity is joy because there is joy in giving. Charity is giving, and I do believe we receive much more than we give. Charity is for parity. Charity is love. Charity is contagious. And above all, charity is change. And therefore, I would like to call each one of you who are participating, either the students' activity program or any small way that you are participating, to take a clarion call today that you will go back as one who believes in charity, who believes in service, who believes in change, and you will do everything to make this happen in yourself first, in your family, in your community, in a larger society. And that is the call, as each one of you, I would like to invite you take on this International Charity Day. Therefore, let us all make a challenge, make a commitment, I would say, that we will work for the underprivileged, the deprived, the vulnerable, the excluded of the society, so that by our work that we are going to bring about a lasting change in their lives, and thus we would be really happy that we have touched humanity. As I conclude, if ever you have visited Kohima, the war cemetery in Kohima, the capital of Nagaland, there is a big stone, the war memorial, and it is written, "For your tomorrow we have given our today." I think all of us who have gathered here, let's go with that attitude. For the children, the young people, and people of tomorrow, let us do our bit today. And that will be a wonderful way that we can show that we are people here called to serve. And I wish to thank each and every one of you, particularly Dr. Meghana, for having called me and given me this opportunity. Thank you, everyone, and wish you all the very best in your life of service.
Thank you so much, Thomas, sir. That was indeed an absolute, thoughtful inputs. And as we all know, that Kotak Education Foundation, like sir said, has adopted 140 private slum schools in M Ward. doing excellent job with educating them, giving them a much broader platform than just educating them with primary subjects, but a lot of other extracurricular subjects, a lot of platforms where they can grow, reach out to international platforms. And thank you so much, sir, for coming today and gracing our occasion and sharing the work that your team is putting in with this whole effort towards charity. Thank you, sir. Over to you, Sarah.
Thank you so much, Meghna. Mother Teresa once said, "It's not how much we give, but how much love we put into giving." And we are confident that the ideology of our next speaker is no different. Introducing next in this segment, Ms. Chanda Peswani, a digital fundraising specialist who began her journey in the social sector with child rights and youth. Here, as a representative and director of the Akanksha Foundation, she is a part of a non-profit organization with a mission to build the largest network of innovative schools that empower children to maximize their potential and that influences systemic reform. Please join me in welcoming our next speaker on the panel, Ms. Chanda Peswani. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you very much, Sarah, for that lovely introduction. And hello, everyone. I'm really glad and it's an honor to be here with all of you. I would like to thank the respected principal, ma'am, Dr. Neha Jagtiani and Dr. Meghna Basu, along with the entire organizing committee for arranging this wonderful event today. I'm sure you all have had a lovely and enriching day. I was a part of listening into some of the sessions that happened today. And given that a lot that I wanted to say is covered by Thomas Alaikalam sir already in terms of what is giving, what is charity, how we should give. Very rightly said by Sarah that it's not how much we give, but it's how much love we put into giving. Just to set the context, I would like to share Akanksha's story. Why? Because to share the context of when we are saying we are giving in our individual space, maybe our time, our skills, or our or volunteering. But what change happens on the other side? And I think that's critical for us to experience and understand that what happens when at the back of whatever little good in small pieces each one of us is making. So Akanksha basically started with an after-school center. So it was usually to support children with English as a language, children who used to study in the municipal schools around Mumbai. And what started as an after-school center by our founder, Shaheen Mistry, 30 years ago, grew into 27 full-fledged schools across Mumbai, Pune, and Nagpur. And these are government schools which are run by Akanksha today, and where we almost have 10,000 students, 4,000 alumni. And see, while these are numbers, there is a story behind these numbers. There is this whole why it kept going and why we believe that that is the way forward. We believe that empowering children through quality education for every child, irrespective of his or her socio-economic background, is what is needed on ground, especially when it comes to education. Now, holistic development of the child, that's the key for them to break the poverty circle. Most of the children that are studying in an Akanksha school have parents who are daily wage earners, who are migrant laborers, who are your vegetable vendors. Now, these children otherwise would not have got a chance to shine the way they're shining today. And this is possible because someone believed in the cause, someone believed in giving, and someone came forward to support. And this someone is not just one person, it's the whole army of people. It's us around here. So I think that's where giving is, the core of bringing parity in a society. Our children have gone places and they have made mark for themselves. And this is the motivation for us to keep doing what we are doing and getting better each day. Just to share some of our students today and where they are and what they are doing. And this kinds of gives, the next time when we think that I have to just maybe volunteer for 2 hours teaching some children, or I have to give just 1,000 rupees. will it really make a change? So I think, story of Suraj from one of our Akanksha school here in Abhyudaya Nagar, it will tell us how this is possible. Suraj basically came into an Akanksha school when he was 5 years. He was supported through all his education. His father is a vegetable vendor, never studied, and mother is a homemaker. They never got a chance to, get educated, but they always wish that for their child. Against all odds, he studied in our school right from, the early days of his education, and today he's made it to an IIT Kharagpur. This example is something which tells us that when children are given the right platform, when they are given the right means, and it's not just financial aid, it's also about mentoring them, guiding them, giving them that direction that helps them reach where they are. Another student which always I like to share about is Namrata from Pune. Now Namrata is on a full ride scholarship and is our first alumni who's studying in an American college. So we believe that when we are doing this charity, or when someone is supporting us as a volunteer, it is this change that they are creating for the future. And hence, I think, what was also mentioned by Adaiklem sir, in terms of, giving gives us happiness, giving gives us that feeling of, contributing. And these are examples that show us what really happens. At Akanksha, we've always believed that children can choose their interest-based pathways. So whether it is art, music, sports, supporting them in each of these, we have seen miracles happen. I really must say miracles. And how all of this is possible? It wouldn't have been possible without our donors, our supporters, and our volunteers. I emphasize again saying this is why giving or supporting a cause is important, because this change is what we need to see. This a Suraj becoming studying in an IIT Kharagpur and getting a chance to decide for himself, or a Namrata deciding that against all odds of staying in a Pune slum, but getting a chance to go out and study and make a mark for herself, or a student in Pune who loved arts, and from there to putting up exhibition, one of the first exhibitions during this pandemic. So I think these are stories that should motivate a person, that whatever we are doing in whatever small way is leading to these examples, and this is what is going to bring parity at the end of the day in the country. And today, it's the youth of this country, each one of you here, you the future and the strength of the country. So I don't think I should be telling on how we should do it, what are the things we should do. Instead, I would urge each one here to reflect and think how you could make a difference in your own unique way, because you are the change maker. You are the one who could think those unique small ways in which you want to contribute, either by teaching students, either by supporting old age homes, either by any cause that is closer to your heart, how you can make a change there. And the key to all of this is to show gratitude. We are here because we are privileged. And I think that attitude of gratitude is the approach that one should have in life. And just to re-emphasize on the whole thing, that when we are giving, it's not about what we are giving to the other person. It is about what we are doing to ourselves. We are making ourselves more happy. We're making ourselves more content. We are creating an ecosystem around us which is more, which is more generous, which is more peace loving, and which is more inclusive. I think that's really the crux of invoking this gratitude in oneself, and then taking this and making this contagious, as Sir said. That because when you give, you are encouraging 4 or 5 others around you to join you in that mission. And I think that's where I think this entire pandemic at Akanksha, we've been encouraging people to start crowdfunding pages. So one is, when you do a crowdfunding, what you're doing is you are contributing, but you are taking along 100 of others in your friends, families, in your circle of influence to also contribute and spread the word. I think that's what is needed today. And again, addressing the audience here, I would like to say that since you, the youth, is the powerhouse of innovation, for creative thinking, for problem solving, and I think you can come forward and support causes in many ways, right from designing creative messaging, right from taking over social media, right from working in at the program level, as we call it in the development sector, which is either in the schools or either with the students or with the cause, whatever that cause is. And this is where each one of you can think for yourself on what is it that you would like to do, and in each small and big way come forward to volunteer, to give your skills, and to donate. I mean, I just heard in the panel saying, when you grow up at a stage of giving, and I do remember that being a banker myself, when I earned, it never struck me that, I have to give back. It's slowly and gradually, as you mature in your life, and maybe after about 5 or 10 years of working in a corporate, you come across small ways which you've been taught through your parents or your grandparents, saying how it is important to give back. At that time, I used to question, early on in my career days, see, I don't have time to go and do something. But then when I decided to go and volunteer, at an after school session, that gave me far more joy and contentment than probably going out with going out on a movie, or just spending some time out with friends. So we started collectively then getting together as a group of friends, and then planning out, saying, okay, every month let's do this little one thing. And I think we did it out of this whole getting a kick for ourselves. And I think that's where it drove me to choosing the sector, coming in here, contributing. So while I work for education sector and have been working with children all through, for me, closer to my heart is supporting children with disability. So whenever given a chance, so while I'm working here, my passion is here, but whenever given a chance, when I sit with that specially abled child and just help him do little, the contentment that comes to me cannot be, provided with anything else. And I think on that note, I would like to urge each student here to reflect and make a plan for yourself on what is it that you want to achieve, say maybe in the next 1 year, maybe in the next 5 years, through your skills, through your time, and through your money. And then just go out for it. I think that's going to be the best gift that you can give yourself. Thank you, everyone. I think that's what I had to share with all of you. And once again, I'm really humbled by getting this opportunity to be amongst all of you here.
Thank you so much, Chanda ma'am. I think that was a very thoughtful input. Thank you for sharing your own journey and how you got involved with this kind of gratitude work. And I can assure you, from on behalf of our students, that we would love to get this opportunity to contribute to your cause and your vision. And I can also tell you that most of our students are present here share similar vision, giving back. And I love that statement you said, attitude of gratitude. That is, I think, the take home message from everyone. Thank you so much for taking time out and being with us and sharing your work. Namaste, ma'am. Over to you, Takreem.
Thank you so much, ma'am. We have now come to the most important part of our webinar with an absolutely stunning and charismatic personality. Our chief guest, Dr. Bijaya Lakshmi Nanda, is the principal of the prestigious Miranda House College, University of Mumbai. She has one who's taken this college to greater heights. As the principal of a college that has given us the most notable and exceptional personalities, she herself is one who embodies hard work and success in the most beautiful way. She has numerous articles in the reputed journals to her credit and is currently working on issues pertaining to declining child sex ratio, sex selection, gender policy, and governance. Along with an innumerable string of achievements, she has also participated as an invitee in the academic forum at the India, Brazil, and South Africa Summit and in the NGO panel of the 60th session of the Commission on Status of Women at the United Nations headquarters in New York. With a meritorious work ethic, she is truly the quintessence of intellect and professionalism, and someone we all aspire to be like. It is my absolute honor to invite Dr. Nanda to address our audience. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming our chief guest for the day. Over to you, ma'am. The dice is all yours.
Thank you, Takreem. Thanks a lot for that wonderful, very, very elaborate, introduction. I do not know whether I deserve all of that, but Miranda House is an undergraduate college in University of Delhi, and we are indeed privileged to be here in your platform. I would like to thank Dr. Meghna Basu Thakur for this opportunity. The reason why I kind of responded to her one call is because Dr. Basu has also been somebody who has volunteered. And she has volunteered to be a part of psychologists and support groups for a number of students in University of Delhi. She's on a helpline when she can be called anytime by those students. So by that, she has brought in a sense of gratitude in me. And this is how the chain of gratitude works. Somebody volunteers, and then I am, grateful to her. Then anytime she will call me, it will be her command and I will be there. I think this is the chain that we need to keep in mind. It is never, volunteerism is never about class. It is never about caste. It is never about deprivation. It is never about discrimination. We are all codependent beings. And because we are codependent beings, we all depend on somebody's charity. It could be your parents' love. It could be the kind of support system that is provided to you. All of that comes to you because someone is kind enough to provide it to you, whether it is a teacher. So I take this moment to also, kind of congratulate you on this very significant program that you have been able to organize, the International Charity Day, falling on a very significant another day, which is the National Teachers Day. So congratulations to the students who have done this, because I think being a teacher and contributing to charity go together. And herein, I would like to speak about Savitribai Phule, because she combines both these elements. She contributed to charity, and the way in which she contributed to charity was by creating schools for girls, by creating educational institutions for women, because gender discrimination was one of the major obstacles when it came to education. So I think when she wrote her poem, her very revolutionary poem, Go Get Education, she was combining the elements of being a good teacher. She was herself illiterate. She and her husband, Jyotiba Rao Phule, whom all of you may be knowing because they have this, connection with Maharashtra, and you should know them because it is in Pune that these schools started, and she is one of India's, you can say, most, significant social reformers. Also, some people call her a feminist foremother because she spoke about social reform in terms of, in every sense, in terms of, going against child marriage, talking about widow remarriage, talking about child adoption. But yes, her revolutionary poem, Go Get Education for Women and Girls, continues to be that particular flagship program that has resulted in your grandmothers, your mothers, and all of us today being in educational institutions. So charity is not necessarily, separated from what we get at the end of it. So I think this whole attitude of gratitude, I think, which my fellow speaker Chanda Peswani spoke about, really is reverberated in the life of Savitribai Phule. Of course, Mother Teresa being one of the foremost lights that we look up to, but Savitribai Phule right here amongst all of us remains that beacon of hope that you should look up to and you should be inspired by. But more than Savitribai Phule, whom we all know and we all look up to, we also look up to young students. The pandemic was a biggest revealer and a biggest leveler. It showed us that we cannot be separated from each other in terms of support and help. Even the richest of the people had problems because oxygen was in short supply. I am going to mention to you about a group of young students in my college who got together to form a COVID help desk. And that was meant to be a support system for our students. But ultimately, the whole of India reached out to them. And these young students, over 24/7, they were supporting each and every individual who was reaching out to them. They created lists. I'm sure many of you have already done that. And that is when I realized that you do not need a particular kind of age, you do not need a particular kind of resource. All you need is an attitude, all you need is a sense of passion and goal to contribute. So I would say that you can tell us what is the best way to contribute, because amongst the young people are the most idealistic one. It is only when we grow to the age that I am in, that we become materialistic, that we get tainted by the idea of bringing together resources only for ourselves. But it is the young people who can actually lead the way. So I don't think I can teach you about charity. You already know it. But however, I shall use 1 minute to talk to you about a very interesting scheme that especially for psychology students that Lehan Stemet talks about. Now, Lehan Stemet talks about Maslow's hierarchy of needs theories. I'm sure all of you are aware of Maslow's hierarchy of needs theories, right? So in that, the basic needs that we talk about are physiological needs. So you satisfy that first, which is food, water, shelter, everything. Then you come to your safety needs, which is security, safety, all of that. Then you move to belongingness and love needs, which is, relationships, all that you form, your friendship. Then you move to esteem needs, which is prestige, feeling of, accomplishment, what you accomplish in terms of merit. Then you come to a self-actualization stage, which is that about achieving one's full potential, including, creative activities or contributing to society, all that we are talking about. Lehan Stemet believes that the most resilient beings are those who are not bothered about this hierarchy. They turn it upside down. And how do they turn it upside down? No matter what resources they have, they begin with self-actualization. They start thinking of achieving their fullest potential by providing to others, by contributing creatively to society. Then they get their esteem from it. Then they move on to belongingness because it is already there. Then their safety comes. Then their physiological needs. Physiological needs, of course, needs to go side by side, but that is how they achieve it. So, this whole sense of how are we to contribute, what are we to contribute, really, it is something that you can always map out, always plan out, but you need to turn Maslow's hierarchy of needs theory on its head, and only young people are capable of it. And there are many young people who have set the tone for it, especially in terms of environmentalism. I mean, we have heard, and you are all aware of those names. I don't need to tell it to you. Greta Thunberg being one, or for that matter, Malala being the other. But these are well-known names. But there are so many young people in India itself, and I know of so many of my own students who in the rural areas are able to stop child marriage, who are able to support maybe a younger friend who is not able to find resources. We have a lot of peer mentoring that happens, especially in terms of resources, because right now on the online course, inclusion is a major part of how we are going to proceed with it. And young people are reaching out to each other. You already have it in you. So I would say that the most important thing for many of us to realize is that charity is not something that is separate from who you are as human beings. It is a part of the DNA of every human being to be codependent. And once you are codependent, you are all a circle of love. What has the pandemic taught us? No nation state can be separate from each other. The environment is linked to each other. So how can you say that I will only do it for myself? You will have to do it for others in order for something good to happen to you. So that particular link needs to be there. It is not just about gratitude. Of course, it is an important part of the learning, but you have to realize that as co-dependent human beings, we need to be charitable, not just to the world, but to ourselves. And in the process, we have to take care of nature, we have to take care of environment, and therein comes Gandhi's understanding around frugal, sustainable living, that you need to minimize your wants and you need to maximize your giving to others, because that is the way in which you will be able to create a sustainable society. And we did not do it. And because of that, you are suffering. The pandemic is basically the tip of the iceberg. You are suffering because everybody kept amassing for themselves. This is the time for us to look at minimizing our wants and looking only at needs. Redistribution of resources becomes very, very important. So if you're looking at deprivations, then charity becomes very, very important. Mother Teresa was not just a beacon of hope for all those around her. She was able to show us how redistribution helps society at large. So equality in terms of opportunities, in terms of resources, results in a better society, not just for those who are underprivileged, so-called underprivileged, and those who are marginalized, but for all of us. And I believe that today's world teaches us that empathy, compassion are the things that leads to empowerment. So if you want to be emancipated, you want to be empowered, you will have to have empathy for everybody around you, because it is not about them, it is about you. So therefore, this particular circle of love, which is so important for all of us, it brings us to the Ubuntu, Ubuntu, which is a South African saying, which says that I am because you are. So we are all connected. There is no separation of each other. So like, I take this opportunity again to thank my fellow speakers, thank Meghna ma'am for this opportunity. Thank you, Takreem Malik. Thank you, Sarah Siddiqui. Thank you, all of you. It was really wonderful to be connected like this. I hope to host you in Delhi when you are here. And congratulations to all the winners who are here. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. It is an honor once again to meet you on this platform and to have you and to listen to what you believe, how you believe, literacy and charity can be both in a platform. And I think all of us have seen the video of Miranda College and the kind of work NSS department of your college, the kind of outreach program they're involved in, right from, there was a slide on farmers. I have to be honest that we went to your college website and we tried to really study, and there was so much that my students called me in the night and said, ma'am, we can have a whole video of 10 minutes on just what Miranda House is doing. And that's a lot of work. And I see, right from putting a shawl around a student, a person on the road during winters, to reaching out to, whether it is sanitizers, farmers, education, helping women. And I completely, resonate with what you're saying, that charity comes from within and it comes from this young age. And I'm very fortunate to have my students from the psychology department. Over the last 10 years, we have a very small batch of 22 students, but the kind of immense hard work that they put in, because they believe in the cause. It's very difficult to drive students when the passion doesn't come from within. Each of them have contributed, and this is our way of showing gratitude, charity, and reaching out for a social cause. So thank you so much, ma'am, I love that heart, ma'am. I'm still yet to learn those reactions, but I think I also have one of those reaction things. Thank you so much, ma'am, for taking time out and being with us. And I'm sure our students have really enjoyed. And I also must comment on the commendable helpline that Miranda House has put up, because I get calls from all over, late night, where parents are anxious, students are anxious, because they want to know how to kind of deal with the admission process. They are in dilemmas, and that is my bit of kind of helping them. And a lot of times I just tell parents that aap calm ho jaiye, aap stress mat lijiye, ho jayega. Recently, just 3 days back, there was a student whose some documents were not there, and she says list nikal jayega, and I said सब होगा, आप पहले काम रहिए तो फिर आपका बच्चा भी काम रहेगा. So I think that is a great initiative that you all have taken. So I would now like to go into the next segment. Thank you once again, Nanda ma'am, for being a part of our celebration. Over to you, Takreem.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Nanda ma'am, once again, thank you so much. You have added a new, you have taken this webinar to a new height of success. And for this very reason, it would be a really fortunate thing for us if you felicitate and announce the winners of our inclusive online drawing competition, which we conducted. And the introduction of which will be very briefly given by Rida. Rida, please go ahead.
Thank you, Takreem. So to honor art and the artists, we organize an inclusive online drawing competition among students of private slum schools from Kotak Education Foundation, the Akanksha Foundation, students from St. Catherine of Siena School, students of ADAPT, Able, Disabled, All People Together, and Jyotirmay, Center for Skills Training, Therapy and Recreation for Adults with Disabilities, to showcase their creativity and talents. And with over 195 responses received, each unique in its own way, our inbox never looks so beautiful with such vibrant pieces of art. And we are very grateful for each and every student who sent in their entry. And not only were our participants unlike no other, but our judges were also one of a kind.
That's absolutely true, Rida. The preliminary rounds of this competition was judged by a student of Department of Psychology, Saish Kamble, and the final rounds were judged by Mr. Prahlad Advani, who's an amazing art critique artist, freelance artist, who has over 10 years of distinguished experience in the industry. He is working very closely with the art faculty of Silica Foundation, Silica Academy, and teachers and Teachers Foundation in drawing, and for the architecture entrance national aptitude test for architecture. Has won several national accolades, including late Padma Shri Dr. V.S. Vakankar Gold Medal for drawing and Sir D.J. Joshi Merit Award for painting. I now invite Dr. Vijaya Lakshmi Nanda to please felicitate our winners, to announce them, and as this will be a great, great honor for all of them. Thank you so much.
Do you want me to say their names, or how do you want to?
Yes, ma'am. If you can please announce the name.
Yes.
Can we have the first name, please?
Kushi Jagdale, Kotak Education Foundation. Congratulations to you, Kushi. This is beautiful. Very beautiful. Iyengar, Adapt. Wonderful. This is such a beautiful piece of art. Unchi Udan. Ashit Iyengar, Adapt Bandra Standard 10. Wonderful. Congratulations. Now we have Shavani Morgarkar, Kotak Education Foundation. What a beautiful thing here. It's very beautifully done. Sapno se sachai tak, age 11 years only. Wonderful, wonderful.
Beautiful, beautiful.
Then we have Sakshi, again from the Akanksha Foundation. This is an exotic art form. This is beautiful. This is already an established artist, I think. Wonderful. Congratulations. Again, Fiza Saiji, St. Catherine of Siena School. Very beautifully done. This is standard 10th. Fiza Saiji. Congratulations again.
Thank you so much, ma'am. I'm sure all our winners are extremely honored to be felicitated by such a dynamic and powerful personality such as yourself. I would once again like to congratulate all the young artists whose works were awarded today. To those who were not so lucky, please don't be discouraged. Your creativity and skills are commendable. Apart from this little artistic venture, we also had organized a drive to give back and encourage the young minds of the society who often go unnoticed. With earnest and enthusiastic supporters coming up and helping in more than one ways, we would like to thank all our well-wishers, Mrs. Komal Wadhwani, CEO of Atlantic Designs, Mr. Santosh Jain, CEO of Krishya Foundations, Mr. Virendra Jamdad, CEO, and Mr. Rajesh Radhakrishnan, the CMO from the Vritti Solutions Limited, Mrs. Samreen Sheikh, the co-owner of Melting Morsels, Mr. Raid Ahmed Khan from the 300 ml, Mr. Chevelwala from the Jafson's Enterprise, Mr. and Mrs. Chadda from Amvi Enterprises, who have handed over 1,800 books, marks, and pencils to the students of Kotak Education Foundation, 200 to the students of Akansha Foundation, and 100 to the students of St. Catherine of Siena School. And for this,
I think a huge round, Takreem, 1 second please. I think a huge round of applause and gratitude to our supporters for the mask, the books and pencils, and Department of Psychology is absolutely obliged for this contribution, sir. And I'm sure the students will enjoy writing. We've written a small note on every book that we've tried to reach out to, and I'm sure that this small gesture that the Department of Psychology has been able to put will benefit our students. Thank you so much. Thank you all supporters. Thank you for the calls.
Thank you so much. With this, we come to the end of our webinar. An extensive panel of dignitaries, renowned speakers, and guests, along with an active and interactive audience, this webinar could not have been more successful. We truly thank each and everyone from the bottom of our hearts. I would like to thank Dr. Nanda again for taking this webinar to a new and greater height of success. I would request all of you to fill the feedback form, the links of which have been shared in the chat box and WhatsApp groups. The certificates will be handed over to you in a week's time after you fill the feedback forms. Once again, we thank everyone to participate in such large numbers and making International Day of Charity and International Day of Literacy so special and memorable for all of us. Here's to everyone who feels invisible and acknowledged. We appreciate you and your efforts do not go unnoticed. You, along with us, certainly build a future that is all embracing, colorful, and bright. To the shapers of today and tomorrow, we believe in you. I now invite Dr. Meghna Basu Thakur, the head of Department of Psychology, RD and SH National College, to present a concluding note to our event. I think Meghna ma'am is facing some, yes.
You need to unmute her.
I think she's facing some internet issues. I think, is it from my end? No, I think she's facing some internet issues. I'm really sorry for that. Thank you everyone once again for being a part of this webinar. I'm sure I really apologize for on behalf of ma'am. I'm sure she really wanted to address all of you and thank everyone present here to make this webinar so successful for all of us. I'm sure this webinar has been very, very enlightening and empowering as it delves into a topic that we all are passionate about. Thank you so much. I would like to extend my hearty gratitude to all the dignitaries and speakers for imparting their knowledge and taking time out from their busy schedule to be a part of this webinar. I would also like to thank my fellow classmates, the TY Psychology students, for organizing this webinar, as well as our audience for actively encouraging and engaging and making our guest speakers feel so welcomed. Lastly, once again, I request you to fill the feedback forms. We will be sharing the links of the same on the WhatsApp groups as well. The certificates will be only handed over after you fill the feedback form. Once again, thank you everyone for your participation in such large numbers and making International Literacy Day and International Day of Charity on the occasion of Teachers' Day so unforgettable and special for all of us. We thank you all and soon we'll be back with another webinar. Thank you so much.